members.
Look, everybody's here. Okay.
Divided amongst those 10 places.
Are we live? Okay.
It's going to be a race to who can retire.
This is the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force called to order at 4:08 p.m. on December 3rd, 2014. And Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please?
Call the roll. Member Rummel?
Present.
Rummel present. Member Winston? Winston is away on assignment. Member Wolf?
Present.
Wolf present. Member Copra?
This one works.
Copra present. Member Pilpil? Pilpil has informed me that he's ill today. Member Hepner?
Present.
Hepner present. Member David?
Present.
David present. Member Fisher?
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hinsey? Hinsey has informed me that she's away on work for this month. Vice Chair Hyland? Member Hyland has informed me that he is ill today. Chair Washburn?
Present.
Washburn present. We have a quorum. I do not have any agenda changes.
All right. Would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 2, approval of minutes for the September 7th, 2010, January 4th, 2011, January 20th, 2011, January 25th, 2011, February 22nd, 2011, March 17th, 2011, March 22nd, 2011, April 21st, 2011, April 26th, 2011, October 28th, 2014, and the November 5th, 2014 meeting minutes. This is the last set of older minutes for the full task force.
All right. So, Mr. Young, would you remind me again our procedure for...
We have not made the amendments to the bylaws to implement the new procedures yet, so I believe it would be at your discretion. We can do the standard vote on this item until we approve those bylaw amendments.
Okay. All right. So at this time, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. I have reviewed the minutes for the most recent meetings and have just what are some minor edits that I'll hand to you now. And members, do you have anything else? Any corrections? Any? Okay. The older minutes, I believe I'm probably the only one that's seen them. I have seen every one of them. They were reviewed and edited. So we're just trying to get them finally approved so that we aren't really embarrassed when people go to the website and see all these draft minutes. So at this time, is there any public comment on the motion to approve the minutes? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please, on this?
On the motion to approve the minutes as amended, Member Rummel?
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra?
Aye.
Copra, aye. Member Hepner?
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David?
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 3, file number 12058, complaint filed by Dominique Mayonki against the Recreation and Parks Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.26 for failing to provide records requested pertaining to birthing contracts between the City and County of San Francisco and slip holders. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force will consider and determine how to proceed with the Ethics Commission's re-referral of file number 12058 back to the SOTF and possible re-referral to the Ethics Commission.
All right. Excuse me. Oh, no problem. All right. Just to bring people up to speed on this complicated matter, and please, everybody help me out here since I missed the last 2 meetings, but this is an old matter that we heard some time ago. It was regarding redacting personal contact information. We found in favor of the complainant and asked the Rec and Park Department to provide that contact information. We believed that it was important that this be made public because it shed light on policies and procedures of the department. And this went through our regular process of being heard before the full task force. It was referred to compliance and amendments where there was no compliance. We were frustrated because we kept hearing from Ms. Olive Gong, who answered as she was instructed, but we kept asking for somebody who had more knowledge of this to appear, and that was frustrating. Came back to the full task force. At any rate, it was referred to the Ethics Commission. We found a willful violation of the ordinance, and this matter was heard at the Ethics Commission back in the spring. And I listened to the recording about this matter, and it appeared that the commissioners agreed. The majority of them seemed to agree with the point that we were making, and that this information should have been made public and not redacted. But they thought that we had perhaps wrongly named the department head, Phil Ginsburg, as the person who was in willful violation of the ordinance. So it was sent back to us to provide more factual background, which we actually failed to do in our order of determination. Our order of determination was pretty brief. And but in the meantime, now the Ethics Commission is looking at its procedures for looking at our cases, our referrals. So those matters are all kind of tied up into this, one of them being when is it proper to name the department chair as the responsible party, and that's at issue here. So what we have now is a draft of a response to the Ethics Commission. They asked that we send it back to them. Well, I guess they didn't ask us to, but they were providing us with that opportunity. So in our packet, you have a draft of a cover letter and also a draft of the facts that we considered in our argument. So I hope that you've had a chance to review this material. So today, this is again on the agenda. The problem being for me, I guess, is that next week, or is it the following week?
December the 16th.
The 16th. This matter will be, not this matter, but the matter of the new Ethics Commission procedures for hearing our referrals is before them. We'll be commenting on that. And a lot of the issues there are a part of this. So I don't know whether we, I don't want to see this continued again. I think we're in good shape, except I have some suggestions for the letter. But at any rate, that's kind of the state of the affairs. So members, have I misrepresented anything? Did some things happen when I was gone?
The only thing
No,
I
David.
recall, the only thing that I recall is at the last meeting, which you were not there, that member Pilpel referred to that there was a draft being worked on, and so because there was some conversation around him sending it immediately back to ethics at the last meeting, and member Pilpel said, "Well, we're working on a draft, so can we wait till this meeting?" And so I was a little bit surprised to not see member Pilpel here today.
Okay.
That was, yeah. Is that
Okay, so that's what happened before. So this was brought on, this is on the agenda because of this draft response to Ethics Commission for us to review and comment on. And Member Hepner, did you have something?
Well,
In connection with the report that we're making back to the Ethics Commission as to how they treat sunshine orders of determination that are referred to them, this bears on one of the issues that you've raised. How does the Commission deal with a complaint that finds a violation against a department, and whether that can constitute a violation against a department head? And in so assessing how we want to respond to the Ethics Commission on that point, there are the three options, and the one, and I think what we decided was to have that all three were on point. Option one is to adopt a policy treating a complaint against a department, not a named employee, as a complaint against its department head. And I think that we had modified that one slightly to say, or the custodian of records, if that appears more applicable from the facts, but that should be in any event a part of our order of determination. Option two is to adopt a policy that the department head can be found to have committed a non-willful violation based on numerous factors, whether the department head knew of the records request, whether the department head had any direct involvement in responding to the records request. And option three was to adopt a policy that a department head can be found to have committed a willful violation based on the same consideration of the department's head involvement. And I think that if I have any comment, my comment on the letter, the draft that is here, is that it does not contain an analysis of the basis of Ginsburg's involvement. It doesn't say why the willful violation should be held against him. Now, that is fine on the one hand if we're expecting the Ethics Commission to do its own investigation of Mr. Ginsburg's involvement in this public records request. But to the extent that that was reviewed by the task force, and I know that it was touched upon after listening to the Ethics Commission's hearing on this, I know that the task force went into that question. I think that analysis needs to make it into this letter. And from my understanding, when that question was asked to the respondent who was present, and that was the custodian of records, the respondent said ultimately the department was responsible. So on the one hand, it's a bit of evasive, and we have to interpret what that means. And maybe we just need to include that as our basis for saying that the buck stops with Mr. Ginsburg.
Okay, that really matches. I reviewed the draft prepared by Member Pilpel, which is just a very straight, factual document, and concluding that we think that Mr. Ginsburg is in willful failure to follow our order of determination. But what's missing, what I noticed too, Member Hepner, was what's missing from here is all the times that he was CC'd on the orders of determination, on the correspondence. As soon as we understood what the case was about from the initial hearing, the complainant didn't name Ginsburg initially, and complainants often don't do that. But we very quickly figured out what was going on. We started copying him. We requested that he appear at our hearings, all of this. And I think that needs to be documented in our letter. And we also have a letter from Mr. Ginsburg when he knew that this was coming back to us from ethics, where he said that he was aware of all this. He knew about this case. So I think that's an important fact that needs to be in here. So I think that before we send this back, we need to make sure that we carefully pinpoint all the times that Mr. Ginsburg was informed about this, because my memory of that hearing was kind of the crux of the issue. It looks like there's a violation here. The ethics commissioners were seriously thinking about it, but we don't know that he was properly named. Of course, Member Pilpel kind of suggested that he wasn't properly noticed, but we know that he was, and we have the evidence. And Mr. Young's, I think he went through and found all of that before. So it's a matter
They
of
provide a a review of the times that Mr. Ginsburg was notified.
Right, so that all should be in this letter. So, and then I think then we're covered. So, members, anything else? Member Rummold?
Well, I guess maybe this is jumping forward a little bit, but if we were going to vote on approving this, what would the vote actually be? It would, because I'm not 100% sure I agree with the underlying finding, but I'm potentially okay with saying, yes, this is what the prior task force determined, and this is just a supplementing of the factual record that we had before. So yes.
Okay. Member David?
Yeah, so I think I was the lone task force member to actually vote against this going on for finding a violation. I do think that we do need to move this forward and, as the task force, and we do need to send it back to ethics. I have some concerns of us voting on a letter that is not finished yet today. And so, I mean, I think that everything that you stated, I agree with, that we need to document the times that Mr. Ginsburg was, that we touched base with him and then all that. So, I mean, as much as I hate to say that, let's continue this till the next, I don't see another way to do it. I don't think that we can vote on sending forward a letter where we're going to make substantive additions to it without having the public and everyone else see it. I don't.
Okay.
Through the chair?
Member Hebner?
My only rebuttal to that is that the information that we're proposing to add is factual in nature and is devoid of analysis. And I think that to the extent that the vote can be, we approve of this letter as a factual recitation of the history of the complaint and the order of determination and the referral, with the understanding that we're going to add in facts about when Mr. Ginsburg was noticed in a complaint, when Mr. Ginsburg received an order of determination, or when he was CC'd at least, because I suppose it's not dispositive that he received the order of determination just because he was CC'd in it. But I'm talking about just base factual information. I would feel comfortable approving that and moving that forward.
So do I have a motion? Do you make a motion to move this forward after the additional facts are added?
I would move to approve this draft letter with the understanding that additional facts will be added pertaining to when Mr. Ginsburg was CC'd on a complaint and an order of determination.
Through the chair, could I have a question for DC Cola? So, these changes that Member Hepner is suggesting that we add, which I agree that they need to be added. Would you consider them substantive, or are they non-substantive changes?
I mean, if you're going back to review the facts of the case to determine whether or not there was a violation, I think that would be substantive. But if you're just reviewing for the sake of determining when the department head was actually made aware that he needed to comply with this order, I don't think that's substantive.
Thank you.
Okay. So do I have a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay.
Could I hear that motion again?
The motion
Member Hepner?
is to approve the draft letter to the Ethics Commission as amended to include a list of the times that General Manager Phil Ginsburg was notified of the various Sunshine Orange Task Force meeting and the date that the order of determination was referred to General Manager Ginsburg.
So at this time, is there any public comment on the motion before us?
Good evening, Thomas Piccarello. I don't know, I haven't seen the draft by Mr. Pipel, and I don't know if it's in your packet, but it's certainly not on the table, so I can't speak about the draft letter. Secondly, with all due respect to Mr. Cola, if you're naming an additional party, obviously that's a substantive change. I don't believe I hate to defend Mr. Ginsburg, because obviously he was unaware of stonewalling, the list of the births waiting list, but he was never named a defendant or a respondent. So now if you're going to name him as a respondent, I think it is a substantive change. But it would have been helpful for the public to see the draft letter by Mr. Pipel, especially since he's not here. So I would oppose your motion if you're going to add a party who has never had the opportunity to defend himself. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Chair
Members-
Washburn, this letter is the draft that's on page 90, correct, of our 488 page? Okay, so it's
Right.
page 90. And it's, irrespective of who assists with the writing of this, it comes from the chair, so it's from Chair Washburn.
Are there any additional comments? Okay. At this time, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the matter,
On that
please?
motion, Member Rummold?
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra?
Aye.
Copra, aye. Member Hefner?
Aye.
Hefner, aye. Member David?
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
So, Mr. Young, you'll get the information
Yes,
needed
I will. I will provide the recommended amendments to the draft letter, and I will work with Member Pilpel to finalize that letter and bring it to you for review and approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 4, file number 14047, complaint filed by Thomas Peel against Supervisor Katie Tang, San Francisco Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21C, 67.25A, and 67.29-7 for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and complete manner.
All right, first we need to determine whether we have jurisdiction. I don't believe it's contested by anyone. Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction? Member Rummold, second?
Second.
Member David, without objection?
The comment?
Oh, is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Sorry. Seeing none? Okay, we find jurisdiction in this matter without objection. At this time, the complainant has...
Chair Washburn.
Yes, Member
Could
Rummold.
I
Yes, go ahead, please.
told you all that I plan to recuse myself on this matter. While it involves SPJ, who nominated me, well, it involved SPJ, who nominated me, and while and I think also the request kind of stemmed from the process of our appointment, and I think while I have every confidence in my ability to be a neutral arbiter of this dispute, I think in the abundance of caution, I will not, so.
All right. So we'll still have quorum here?
Right.
All right. So at this,
Is there a motion?
is there a motion to recuse Member Rummold?
I'm not touching that one.
So moved.
Second? Do I have a second?
Do we?
Why?
Member
Because
Wolf?
the nature of the vote around the recusal is problematic enough that seconding it feels like something I'd actually need to think about.
All right.
I'm not touching this either.
Do we have a second from anybody?
So through the chair, what happens if nobody seconds? We just make a note of it, and he goes and sits over there, or he has to stay.
Well, if we don't recuse, if we don't move to recuse him, then he's not recused.
Yes.
He can abstain from voting.
Maybe I should.
Well, I guess so. I mean, he can abstain from.
He can't abstain. We can't abstain from voting.
No. I mean, if on the outcome, or if we have a motion to for whatever.
Yeah.
Help. Member Rummold.
Maybe I can explain why I think recusal would be a good idea a little more. I at least have knowledge about the drafting of the complaint and the submission, or of the request, excuse me. So At the very least, I don't think I should be sitting and judging requests that I was at least marginally involved in the submission of.
All right, so do I have a second? Would we like to discuss this? Member Wolf, you always have interesting things to say.
I think DCA has.
Or DCA Cola.
Maybe someone should ask him if he thinks he could be impartial.
Member
Through the
Rummel,
chair.
do you think you can be impartial?
I, of course, think I can, but I think in the abundance of caution, it's better not to.
And maybe we should check in with the parties to see if they would object.
The complainant, do you have any objection to Member Rummel being recused or remaining, or what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I am certain that Mr. Rummel could be neutral and judge this complaint. I acknowledge his abundance of caution in recusing himself.
All right. And the respondent, is there a representative from Supervisor Tang's office?
Good evening, Deanna Keyson with Supervisor Katie Tang's office. We do not object as well.
To a recusal?
To a recusal, yes.
Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
No. Can I make a comment?
Member Fisher.
Yeah, Member Rummel, I mean, you stated that, I mean, I understand your abundance of caution, but you're sort of our SPJ representative here, and I think you're the one that probably has the most to add to this. And I'm going to take the first part of your sentence or statement, which was, I believe I can be impartial, and I'm going to end that sentence right there.
Member Wolf.
So I can certainly understand how weighing into the debate is potentially problematic for Member Rummel. My concern is that basically him recusing is exactly the same as him voting no on the complaint because of the nature of our decision-making policy, which I believe, if my math serves me, means that if one person votes no and Rummel recuses himself, then we have a failed complaint, and that is obviously not the intended outcome of Rummel excusing himself or recusing himself, and so it kind of puts us in an interesting conundrum the way I see it.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Member David.
Member Rummel, may I ask you, were you at all involved in drafting the letter or anything? You were just aware of it, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just to add on, if you had drafted this and had been really involved in it, then I think that would be a whole other, I mean, that would be kind of obvious that you would recuse yourself, my opinion.
Okay. Member Wolf.
Through the chair, you had asked the staff person from Member Tang's office about this issue, and she responded she did not object to him recusing himself, but she didn't speak to about whether she objected to him not recusing himself.
All right. The representative from Supervisor Tang's office, would you respond to that question? So what we'd like to know your thoughts either way if Member Rummel stays or goes.
In terms of having him stay, if he feels like he can be impartial, then we'd like him to be part of that conversation, but it sounds like he would rather not be in terms of the outcome of the vote. So, but if Member Wolf is correct about a recusal being a no vote, again, we are happy to be here to speak on this issue and leave it up to the task force to decide how that would be. So,
okay, thank you.
So,
Member David.
Yes, out of respect for Member Rummel, I will second the motion and put it to a vote to the task force. And so, I'm sorry, yeah, we do have to vote to whether to recuse him, correct? And I just want to be clear, is this procedural or does it need 6 votes in order for a recusal?
This is considered a procedural vote, and it does not affect the outcome of the case.
Does Member Rummel, through the chair, does Member Rummel vote?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So it'd be a quorum of the members present, or a majority of the members present. So we will require 4 votes to pass the recusal.
All right. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to take public comment on the motion.
It'll be a while. Yay, Mr. Nee. Whatever he says, I'm going to go with him.
I asked for help, so it's on its way.
Whatever he says, we're going.
Madam Chair, members of the task force, good afternoon. I am Richard Nee, former member of the task force, and this has been a procedural travesty. The chair asked several times for a second to the motion. None was given. At that point, the chair should have declared no second, no vote. No discussion. If there's no second, there should be no discussion. If there's no second, the motion fails. You move on.
Thank you.
I was going to wait to public comment, but I see 7 people at this behind that counter.
Yes.
If he recuses himself, which he undoubtedly will, that'll leave only 6 of you, which means that the complainant is going to, under your rules, is going to need all 6 of you. And if there's just one objector, the 20%, or 13 1/3, whatever it is, will will prevail, which I think you have to address at some point soon. And I think the way to do it, as I've talked about in the past, is to put the burden on the department or the respondent to get the necessary votes, that either the violation didn't exist or the records were not disclosable, or you name it, instead of putting it on the complainant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Piccarello. Yeah, I'm disappointed in Task Force Member Rumble recusing himself, because you are voting now for the respondent, because now it's a requirement of unanimous vote for the complainant. If we follow your logic, all of you should recuse yourself, because you all got appointed through Katie Tang, didn't you? All of your nominations went through her committee, right? In the Rules Committee. So the logic is you all should recuse yourself. So I urge you to reconsider, and the comment by Task Force Member Wolf is pertinent. You are voting for the respondent, and so I urge you to reconsider and not vote for the respondent by your recusal.
Dr. Derek Kerr. I agree with Mr. Piccarello's point. Everyone on this task force is indebted or connected to someone else who will be involved in these deliberations and conflicts here. From what I've heard from Mr. Rumold, his involvement in this issue does not appear to be sufficient that it would bias his judgment. He doesn't have that much skin in the game. So I support the task force for not accepting his recusal.
Thank you. So,
There being no further public comment, would you like me to take a vote on that motion?
if you would, yes.
The motion is to recuse Member Rummold from...
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Wolf.
Pass.
Member Copra.
Pass.
Just come to
Member
us.
Hepner.
No.
Hepner, no. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Chair Washburn.
No.
Washburn, no. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Member Copra.
No.
Copra, no. The motion fails. Member Washburn is not recused from this matter.
Member
Member
Rummel.
Rummold.
My apologies. Member Rummold is not recused.
I don't go anywhere.
All right. The complainant now.
The complainant has 5 minutes to make their presentation.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the task force, thank you for entertaining this complaint. This is a very simple matter. On May 15th of this year, I filed by fax an immediate disclosure request to Supervisor Tang for a period covering from November of 2013 through the effective date of the request, May 15th, 2014, for all communications, including but not limited to emails, texts, email attachments, and paper documents for anything relating to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and appointments to it. We all know that an immediate disclosure request, requires a one-day response from the governmental party. There was no one-day response to this request. In fact, Supervisor Tang did not respond to it until May 20th, Tuesday following Friday morning receipt or Thursday filing of the request. Now, her proxy will tell you that is because no one saw the fax. And my answer to that now is that there is no restriction in the ordinance to how a request may be filed to the government. It could be oral. It could be slipped under the door. It could certainly be sent by fax. If Supervisor Tang wishes not to receive official correspondence by fax, then why is her fax number prominently displayed on the home page to her supervisor's website? Upon learning from my colleague, Mr. King at SPJ, that a request had been made, without actually viewing the request, Supervisor Tang then sent me by email a PDF containing 14 pages of emails she said was responsive, which she had sent to others who had asked for correspondence regarding the appointments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. There was no acknowledgement whatsoever of requesting text messages from her staff, or any other documentation, nor the scope of dates to the request. I pointed out to her I did not think, just on a common sense basis, that this was all she could possibly have on this. The emails were limited to a 3-day window. Most importantly, in that conversation, Supervisor Tang, in writing, said, "I do not have anything else." But she did, or at least she should have. Because an email she didn't release, she received at 7:51 p.m. on May 14th from Terry Frank, the General Counsel of the group Californians Aware, and the header of that email was support for Josh Wolf's appointment to the Sunshine Task Force. That email, which was provided from another supervisor to a friend of mine and then passed on to me, was not among Supervisor Tang's responsive documents. Nor was an email that she received from the clerk of the Rules Committee containing biographical and other information about the nominees to the task force that she received on May 14th. Neither of those emails were released to me. Supervisor Tang then claimed that she had no responsibility to release those emails, and she had no responsibility to retain emails sent to her as long as they were copied to the supervisor's clerk's office. And I object to that. She is a public official. She is elected. There is no higher office and higher responsibility for transparency. Apparently, those emails were either not released to me or they were deleted. I will remind you that Government Code 6200 requires the retention of all public records for a minimum of 2 years. And I'll remind you that there is also language in the Government Code that lists the deletion or destruction or manipulation or removal of public records as a felony punishable for a prison term of 1 to 3 years. It is extremely clear that the Sunshine Ordinance was violated in this matter, both in terms of the lack of an immediate disclosure in one day and the fact that all responsive documents, clearly responsive documents, were never released by Supervisor Tang. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey King. I'm an attorney and co-chair of the Society of Professional Journalists Freedom of Information Committee with Mr. Peel. I think Mr. Peel has made a strong case for himself. I would just add that I can confirm that Mr. Peel sent his immediate disclosure request by fax on the evening of May 15th to Supervisor Tang's office, that the fax service that was used confirmed the successful transmission of the immediate disclosure request. Additionally, I can further confirm that I spoke with Mr. Peel about it and then had an additional meeting with Supervisor Tang in her office at her request about the nomination of Mr. Rumold and Mr. Winston to the task force. And during that time, I informed Supervisor Tang that Mr. Peel represented that he had not received word, any sort of response to his immediate disclosure request, and that was on May 20th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Dr. Derek Kerr again. The only facts I have is that a number of Sunshine advocates made public records requests of a number of supervisors related to the selection of the Sunshine Task Force. And each supervisor gave a slightly different number of records. And by comparing those, we could see which ones a particular supervisor was not submitting. So Supervisor Tang was one of the ones who did not provide a complete response. I also wanted to mention that prior Sunshine task forces have been intimidated for voting against city officials. Most recently, the task force that voted against David Chu for withholding amendments to the Park Merced development deal was purged. Now Katie Tang presides over the board and is named in Mr. Peel's complaint. As you assess the merits of this case, I urge you not to be cowed by Supervisor Tang. She tried to intimidate you before when you applied for your seats. She used one question as a litmus test. Would you abide by the, quote, advice of the city attorney, unquote? Supervisor Tang didn't know that your legal counsels do not serve as agents of the city attorney. The ordinance erects an ethical wall around your assigned counsel to prevent the city attorney from unduly influencing the legal advice that you get. Unlike Supervisor Tang, voters did not believe that the city attorney is omniscient or infallible in Sunshine matters. And that's why the task force was created. So please abide by the intent of the ordinance by making this decision freely and independently. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none at this time, the representative from Supervisor Tang's office, would you come forward? You have 5 minutes to present facts and evidence regarding your side of this issue.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Deanna Keyson again on behalf of the Office of Supervisor Katie Tang. Thank you to the members of the Sunshine Task Force for hearing this matter this evening. Our office would like to restate its June 4th response regarding Mr. Peel's allegations. Regarding the allegation that our office failed to respond in a timely manner, the documents were not willfully withheld as we were not aware of the request until May 20th. We immediately provided documents as soon as we were aware of Mr. Peel's Peel's request for information in a good faith effort to reply to his request in a timely manner. To improve our office's procedures and to ensure that we respond in a timely fashion to disclosure requests through all channels of communication, our office staff has now instituted protocols which include checking our fax machine on a regular basis. We tend to receive fax spam on a daily basis, and hence our prior lack of checking the fax machine. In regards to the allegation that our office failed to respond in a complete manner, our office immediately sent all of the documents we had regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, the nominees to the task force, and the Sunshine Ordinance as soon as we were aware of Mr. Peel's request. Mr. Peel cites 2 documents that were not provided. These records requested, however, were also sent to the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors. As such, they are available for review through the Office of the Clerk, pursuant to San Francisco Charter Section 2.117. We referred Mr. Peel to Angela Cavillo, Clerk of the Board, who also reached out to Mr. Peel that day. Finally, in regards to the allegation that our office failed to follow state records retention guidelines, the Board of Supervisors requires that the Office of the Clerk of the Board manage and collate voluminous information and correspondence concerning city business into appropriate legislative files. This correspondence may be received through various channels and addressed to either the Board of the Supervisors as a whole or to individual members or to the clerk. The clerk shall make the communication a part of the official record by placing the communication in the file. It is department policy that if a record request is made, the Office of the Clerk of the Board Records Manager will provide that information to the requester. Our office takes the requirements under the Sunshine Ordinance and state laws very seriously. We take this opportunity to acknowledge Mr. Peel's work in making government actions more transparent. And to best serve our community, we recognize that public participation is of the highest importance. So thank you again for hearing this matter, and I look forward to responding to any questions.
All right. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter is with the members of the task force for any questions you might have.
Through the chair.
Member Hebner.
I have a couple questions for the complainant. I see two issues here that we have to consider. The first being the issue of timeliness in the response, and the second being whether the response was complete. Putting on hold the second issue for a minute, regarding your transmission of the complaint, you said you sent it by fax. Was that to Supervisor Tang's fax number, or there is a fax number that is listed on the Board of Supervisors website for receiving Sunshine Ordinance complaints?
Well, it wasn't a Sunshine Ordinance complaint. It was
rather
a request.
Right,
okay.
Correct.
This was sent to Supervisor Tang's fax number.
Okay.
From her webpage, where it was prominently displayed.
And it was your expectation to receive a response the following day?
Yes, the request was clearly marked an immediate disclosure request, as required by the ordinance, in both the fax cover page and on top of the request itself, in clear, bold fonts.
And do you recall what day of the week May 15th was? Just
yes,
so
it was a Thursday. It was the day that there was a hearing of the Rules Committee, where numerous nominations for the task force were considered, and a majority of them, including SPJs, not approved. And we sent the request, or I sent the request is under my name. I sent the request with some input from my co-chair, Mr. King, probably within 90 minutes of the adjournment of the Rules Committee meeting.
And you filed your complaint. I'm trying to find the date that you filed your complaint. I mean, this is just for my notes. I mean, I'm just trying to come up with the chronology.
I can't tell you exactly, sir, the date of the complaint. I apologize.
But Mr. King brought it to Supervisor Tang's attention during a May 20th meeting. Is that correct?
It was the
To your
Tuesday
recollection?
following the Thursday, so yeah, that would have been the 25th. Mr. King secured an appointment with Supervisor Tang to discuss the nominations of Mr. Rummold and Mr. Winston, and at that time, he inquired of her as to why there had been no response to the request.
Okay. So I think the issue before us on the timeliness question is whether whether there's any precedent for excusing a failure to respond to an IDR request based on the possibly excusable negligence of Supervisor Tang's office to receive the fax request for records. Does anyone on the task force have any experience in that regard?
DCA Cola.
I think what's been done in the past in situations like that is you'd find a violation or just choose not to take action on it.
Or we find a violation and then we ask the department or office to appear before one of our committees to discuss their procedures so that this doesn't happen again.
Okay. Do we have any? I'm not going to assume that we have any record of this happening before in Supervisor Tang's office, but we do hear from Supervisor Tang's office that as to receipt of faxes, they're being more deliberate in their receipt of records requests, and in some respect, that's something that we should consider.
Through the chair. If you were asking the original question is, have we seen this before? Yeah, we had something very similar about 3 years ago with another supervisor. The issue was really similar. I think it was emails that got lost through interns. It was it's out there. It was Supervisor Campos.
Yeah.
And he came and addressed us and said, yes, we were wrong, and here's what we've instituted. I mean, I think we already heard from Miss Diana, I can't pronounce your last, Kizon? We heard from Ms. Kizon that they're taking some kind of action, is that correct, to do this? So, I mean, maybe we can just say, come back a month from now and show us what you've done and move on from there.
That is indeed what we've done in the past. But you're right, Supervisor Campos actually himself came and explained what happened.
Well, we'd certainly never turn away Board President Katie Tang if she wanted to show up here.
Exactly. Member Wolf?
I mean, going back to what Member Hepner was saying earlier, there basically are two issues here. One is the alleged willful violation by not turning over records after records were finally provided. And then there is the issue pertaining to the not responding to the fax. And I'm curious whether that is perceived to be a willful violation on the part of the complainant or just a negligence violation. Do you want to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Given the contentiousness of the Rules Committee meeting the day that the fax was sent, that there seemed to be a level of, I'm not sure that obstinance is the right word, but Supervisor Tang at that meeting clearly had an agenda of not approving nominees to the task force that day. Anyone who was there, I think, and looked at it objectively would reach the same conclusion. We sent the fax, again, I'm estimating, probably 90 minutes to 2 hours after the end of that meeting. I'm a journalist, I'm a university professor, I've done this stuff a long time. I have to say I believe that there was a willful delay in responding to the request, given the politics that are at play. We all know that there was efforts by the supervisors to punish the task force, to punish members of the task force, as Dr. Kerr said, for the Park-Merced development vote. We had to fight like hell, excuse my language, to get our appointees through the Rules Committee and through the Board of Supervisors. We had to write op-eds in the Chronicle. We had to create a Facebook page. We had to use social media. We had to apply political pressure. There was a fight going on.
Mr. Peel, if I may,
Yeah, Member Hatner.
Yes, sir.
The contention that the delay was willful and that was somehow based, or that was based on Supervisor Tang's unwillingness to appoint people to the task force. First of all, I would prefer to not reach the question of Supervisor Tang's intention as to whether she was going to appoint people or not. But what does Supervisor Tang have to gain by delaying the response to the IDR by 1 or 2 days? I don't see that connection. I mean, to the extent that we need to assess Supervisor Tang's motive in this at all, it bears on willingness, and I'm not seeing the connection between a 1 or 2 day delay in response to an IDR and
I believe that there possibility exists that she had time to seek counsel from other supervisors as to how to deal with it, to make some assessment of the politics at play. And remember, this was a request that was sitting on the fax machine Thursday night. Office opens on Friday morning, and we don't get any acknowledgement of it until Tuesday.
so even then, by the way we've calculated this in the recent past, we would presume that to have been received on Friday, and then the response due on Monday. I mean, unless we factor Saturdays, we consider
I would say
Saturdays.
that's a fair assessment.
So the response was 24 hours late, given the weekend.
It was late, but the reason the response happened when it did was because the co-chair of this committee went to the supervisor's office and asked about this request. So it wasn't the case that, am I correct?
Yes.
That it was
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. King who went and said, we made this request, where is this information? So it's not the case that the supervisor's office was just slow. Who knows when they would have responded had they not been contacted directly and in person. Am I getting this correct? Okay. Member David.
Yeah, but I want to say that there's another, I mean, one could read it another way also, is that it's not necessarily true that just because they visited that she would not have responded on that day also. It just happens to be the timeline of the chronology happens to be that.
Let me remind you all that the burden to respond was clearly on Supervisor Tang.
I'm not arguing that there's a violation on the timeline. My point is that I think to look inside Supervisor Tang's head and to say that she was willfully violating, I think is a step too far. I'm not arguing that there was a timeline, like a timeline issue. Just my issue is the willful question on that.
Sure.
May I? I think we're getting a little off track here. I think the way I read the complaint is that the complainant is alleging a violation of 6725A and saying that there was a late response to his IDR. And the 67.34 willful violation is for allegedly failing to disclose records in their late response. So I think we should break it down and look at it that way. Okay. So there was a late response that was already acknowledged. It was late. So I think from here we should move on to determine whether or not the records that allegedly weren't included in the initial disclosure was done so on a willful basis.
All right, members.
So, Mr. Peel, you have a question?
Member David.
Are there any documents that you are looking for that you currently do not have in your possession?
I can't answer that question, sir, because we never had a full and complete response to the request. There was never an answer. There are no text messages. There was never an answer. When she sent the 14-page request, or the 14-page answer, which was sent before the request was apparently even read, Supervisor Tang wrote, "I don't have anything else."
Okay.
She did not refer me, let me point out, sir, that she did not refer me at that time to the city clerk's office, the supervisor's clerk's office, to search for further responsive documents, which would be emails addressed to her.
When did she do that?
She did that on the day of the disclosure of the 14 pages of emails covering 3 days. So
Wait,
that would have
I'm
been,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was confusing to me. I apologize. Can you?
It was the Tuesday following. It was the day that the request was acknowledged and a response was made. So that would have been the 25th.
So I just want to make sure I understand the timeline, right? So you sent the fax, right, and that the response was late.
Yes.
And that the original response, was it just an acknowledgement of the IDR, and then the 14 pages came days after that? Like, what is kind of...
No, there was there was an initial response by email. I have a timeline, if you would allow me, please.
Sure.
At 2:21 p.m. on May 20th, I received an email from Supervisor Tang with the header, "You sent a request, ? There was no documents with that. It was, "Do you have our right email?" It was inquiring of me how the request was sent. I told her it was faxed. At 3:04 p.m., without acknowledging the full content and scope of the request, she sent me a 14-page PDF of emails that she received between May 12th and May 15th. I asked her again about the fact that we asked for more than emails. There was no acknowledgement of it. And that I asked for a period of 6 months. And she was releasing 3 days. Perhaps there isn't anything else, but given the fact that there were other emails that fell within the time frame of the request that she did not release, and that she said in writing, "I don't have anything else." She didn't say, "Check with the supervisor's clerk's office. I may have deleted something." She said, "I don't have anything else." Now, excuse my language, I'm a professional pain in the ass as a journalist. I didn't let that slide at that point. I then, from other people who were associated with SPJ, such as Dr. Kerr, who made some requests, and friends of his who made some requests, were forwarded a batch of other emails. Tops on that list, with Supervisor Tang being the first addressee, was the email from Mr. Frank endorsing Mr. Wolf's nomination to the task force that was dated May 14th. Clearly a responsive document that I did not receive, and I did not receive a referral from her to check elsewhere for it. So I can't honestly answer your question, Mr. David. Is there anything else that I don't have? Because I don't know what else could be in the scope of documents, given that I didn't get everything from Tang when I asked.
So but at some point you did say that she did refer you to the clerk's office. So my question is,
after
when?
I came back and said, she didn't exactly refer it. Okay. When I came back and said, "Hey, there's this email from Mr. Frank endorsing Josh Wolf. What about this? Why are you saying you don't have anything else when this is a clearly responsive document?" And also the email she received from Ms. Miller the same date containing all of the biographical and other information submitted on behalf of the nominees. She did not say, "Oh, I should have referred you to the clerk's office," or "go to the clerk's office." She used boilerplate language to say, "Well, the clerk's office, our records retention policy is that the clerk's office would retain any document that is sent to the supervisors if the clerk is copied on it." She never acknowledged or explained why she didn't release those 2 emails or what other emails she wasn't releasing. I asked her, "Well, what else in writing? What else is there that you are not releasing?" And there was no answer to that. So it was kind of a, slightly backwards referral to the city clerk's office, or the supervisor's clerk's office, excuse me.
Okay, could I ask Ms. Tang's aide a question or two? Thanks. Hi. So, I'd just like you to address exactly that issue. So, did I guess now President Tang's office release all documents that
Yes.
they had, and refer Mr. Peel to the clerk's office?
So on Tuesday, May 20th at 10:47 p.m., Supervisor Tang did respond saying, "The file I sent you were the same as the other requests. when we finally found Mr. Peel's requests, they were similar to the several ones we had gotten that in the past couple of days. And actually, Mr. Peel referred that in his original request that other people have gotten these documents. I haven't been responded to. So we sent exactly what we've been sending to everybody else. And she did respond saying, those are the only documents, parentheses, of any form, parentheses, that I have pertaining to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Then Mr. Peel did respond with, what about these other two documents? And Supervisor Tang did respond with, it's board policy if the clerk is copied on any of those email documents, they are the director of the department. They are in charge of the custodian of the records. So,
And is it policy in the office to, in general, when you get a sunshine ordinance or sunshine request, to let people know that that is the policy of the board, that the clerk?
normally when we get a sunshine request, we send everything that our office has received directly. But sometimes if there are materials that have been sent to all of the board of members, including the clerk's office, we don't send those.
Yeah, it might going forward be just good policy to include in a response that
in the disclaimer.
The clerk might also have some records. Just something to keep in mind. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate that because Mr. Peel is, like he said, he's a hard-nosed journalist. He would know to go to the clerk of the board.
Right.
But anybody else would not know that.
Right.
So that needs to be part of your procedures. Protocol. Yes. Absolutely.
Yes. Great.
Member Wolf.
I have a question for Attorney Kola. Based on this discussion around when correspondence is submitted to one or more supervisors and the clerk, does the responsibility under either existing city charter or past practice excuse the supervisor's office from maintaining those records if they have also been sent to the clerk?
That's the question. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I know that, personally at the city attorney's office, we only have so much capacity in our email. We delete somewhat frequently, but we have an IT team that maintains those sort of things. I think, if anything, what might come into play is 6721B, and saying that I don't have these records, but I know who might have more responsive records, and that would be the clerk. So I think that it all depends on where the request is actually sent to, and whether or not someone that has information about where those documents could be located actually conveyed that to the person.
Okay, thank you. I mean, based on what Attorney Coley just said, there seems to be this definite problem, and Chair Washburn, you touched on this as well, that if you file a request for documents with, let's say, David Campos' office, and he has a policy of anything that went to him and the clerk, or basically anything that went to two supervisors, because then it would end up at the clerk, or three supervisors, whatever the number would need to be for the situation there, that those documents cease to be responsive documents and enter in this realm that they're only within the clerk's domain. And I think that this creates a massive disconnect for the requester to think that they may be only asking about things pertaining to their supervisor's office, but then they're also supposed to get it from the clerk's office. And given the sort of timeline of the nature of this, if there was something that had an urgency to it, one could wait 10 days if it wasn't an immediate disclosure request, then say you need to get this from the clerk, even if they were acting in due faith to refer them to that information. And this has extended the time for them to get the documents. And what seems to be needlessly, and it also seems like even though the clerk does have a responsibility to oversee all documentation pertaining to the Board of Supervisors as a whole, each of these offices is an elected official, and I don't really see where their ownership of maintaining their own documents ceases to exist.
Thank you. Other members? Now, this seems like a problem that could be solved with the capacity we now have to store information. so that you're right, people aren't shuffled from one place to the other with the delays that even if everybody is adhering to the guidelines in the ordinance, still ends up taking quite a long time to get what you want. There are no more questions right now. The respondent, you have 3 minutes to offer any additional comments, a rebuttal to anything you've heard. The representative from Supervisor Tang's office.
My apologies. I thought it went back to the complainant. In regards to the discussion that you just had? Or
to anything, you have 3 minutes to.
Well, first I'd like to say this process has helped us streamline our processes regarding to the channels of communication. We will make sure that we implement timely checks of everything so that this IDR request does not fall through the cracks again. In terms of the policy, I believe it's the department's policy. It's not something our office came up with on our own saying, if it's CC to the clerk, then we're not going to retain it. It's department policy. So in regards to that conversation, I believe it was because it usually is referred to all of the supervisors as opposed to a specific supervisor. If it's only referred to our office, we definitely maintain those records. But if there's this larger, when we get a mass email about an issue and the clerk is copied and we know it's going to be part of that public record and will be available to anybody who asks, part of that specific legislative record, not part of this mass area, then it would be made available, and that's why it's not retained. So in response to that. But if, in regards to your suggestion about letting people know who do request it, I agree it would be helpful for them to know that if it's not specifically sent to our office, the clerk's office is another option to get additional records.
And that's actually part of the ordinance, that custodians of records must assist people who request. So it's not just simply a good practice, it's part of the law, as stated. At this time, the complainant, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that there was no assistance, or no direct assistance without a lot of emails back and forth. Hey, where's this one? Where's that one? I would also raise into this the fact that we all know that the Sunshine Ordinance cannot lessen state statute. And the Government Code 34090, and I will read from it. Unless otherwise provided by law with the approval of the legislative body by resolution and the written consent of the city attorney, the head of a city department may destroy any city record, document, instrument, book, or paper under his charge without making a copy thereof after the same is no longer required. This section does not authorize the destruction of records affecting the title to real property or liens, court records, records that are required to be kept by statute, records that are less than 2 years old. In this instance, we can only infer that Supervisor Tang deleted an email and did not release an email that was less than 24 hours old. Without implying ill will, there are clearly issues here with records retention policy of the board. She keeps some, she deletes others. What else did she delete? Never gotten a square answer about that. I don't know how many other endorsements Mr. Wolf may have gotten from other government advocates in the state since the one from Mr. Frank was deleted. It's heartful to hear that Supervisor Tang's office is reforming its practices, but I don't necessarily think that those reforms excuse the conduct in this complaint or lessen it in any substantial way. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the matters with the task force. Member David?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment first. So something that I think that maybe we as a task force heard tonight, which I don't know if other people have heard this before, that if the clerk is copied on, so if I assume that people send emails to, let's say, the whole Board of Supervisors and then copy the clerk, and that it sounds like, so I'm going to ask DCA Cola that it sounds like the policy of the board is that those emails can be deleted by the individual members of the Board of Supervisors, but the clerk has to maintain those. And so this is just the first, this has come up that since I've been on the task force, and I'm just kind of curious, because clearly this Mr. Frank email, right, it exists, people received it, so Supervisor's Tang office deleted it, but it was kept somewhere. So I'm just kind of curious what that is an interesting distinction between an email sent just to an individual supervisor as opposed to an email sent to the whole board, including the clerk. Right? Do we expect all 11 and this is an open question. Do we expect all 11 supervisors and the clerk to retain a single email?
Well, then, as you were talking, I was thinking about a scenario where someone, who doesn't understand the structure of things in City Hall would send an email to 3 or 4 supervisors, or maybe all of them, but don't know about the clerk of the board's role. The clerk of the board isn't named. And if the supervisors think, well, I can delete, if they all think, well, I can delete it because the clerk of the board will get it, but if the clerk of the board isn't specified, then it could be gone. So there are all sorts of possibilities. Member Wolf?
There's also the issue that I don't know how often this comes up, but whenever people send mass emails, they'll frequently put like their own name on the to and then the BCC. And even if they send it to all the supervisors and the clerk, it may be possible that no one would know without actually contacting the clerk to verify what emails they received, what emails had happened. And so it seems like it makes more work to delete these emails than to just leave them, because they're basically, each email needs to be verified that it's in the clerk's possession before it's deleted.
Well, Member David?
I'm sorry, it seems like nothing.
Member Hepner.
I'm bothered by the practice of supervisors routinely deleting emails. I think it's very troubling. I am skeptical that the clerk of the Board of Supervisors maintains a comprehensive record of every email sent to any supervisor. If we're talking about storage issues, that seems like a massive capacity issue right there. I don't think that's a viable excuse for deletion of emails. I think I'm further skeptical that, as is evident from this case, emails were deleted after a very short period of time, not even letting them linger for 6 months, in case they come up, but rather deleting them within days, weeks. I think it's very troubling. I don't think that this is necessarily endemic to Supervisor Tang's office. I have a high suspicion that this is endemic to all of city government, or to many facets of city government. And what I would like is the opportunity to review the retention policies for these supervisors and to better understand the reasoning and purpose of routine deletion of emails, and allowing that there may be a reasonable explanation for it that is not occurring to me right now. But I at this moment in time, I'm troubled by the routine deletion of emails.
Member David?
So perhaps I misheard Ms. Tang's office. That it was what I heard them say is that if the clerk is copied on the email, that the clerk does not the clerk is not responsible for retaining every email that a supervisor receives, only if the clerk is copied on it. That was my understanding of what.
And then it is okay for that supervisor to then delete the email if it was CC'd to the clerk.
That was my understanding of what.
And that is the policy of the Board of Supervisors pursuant to Charter Section 2.117?
Correct.
Okay, so do you delete every email that comes to your office that is also CC'd to the clerk? Or is it selective? I mean, is this like a routinely adhered to policy, or is it disparately applied?
In terms of when it comes to the requests and when we send or just in general.
If you receive an email and it's copied to the clerk, do you delete that email as a practice?
It depends on the email. Well, it's just on my own personal. It depends on the email. If it's obviously a mass email, considering it an item, and it's been copied to the clerk as well, then I may delete it.
Okay, now, so are you the individual who sort of makes that decision in real time?
It depends if I'm on that email or if it goes to the supervisor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that decision whether to delete an email quickly, or is that decision based on your perceived level of importance, of the email's level of importance to your office's business, or how do you make the determination whether to delete an email or to keep it even though it's been CC'd to the clerk?
Depending on level of importance, or if a lot of times my email inbox is there's just a lot of emails. So if I'm going through it and it has been copied to the clerk and I know it's part of the legislative record, I may delete it.
Okay. And in this instance, the emails were deleted. At least 2 emails were deleted that had also been CC'd to the clerk.
Those emails, I believe, were sent to the supervisors. I don't remember receiving them, so I don't know.
See, the fact is, this doesn't sound like policy to me. This sounds like discretion on behalf of your office, and that discretion is what gives me pause. I'll let that stand unless you have any reason to explain to me that it's not discretionary on behalf of you or your office.
In our letter, we state the supervisor may or may not keep the email or the communication if it's been copied to the clerk of the board. So it is discretionary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Wolf.
Bouncing off of something you just said, Member Hebner, you cited Section 2.117 of the city charter and seemed to indicate that allows individual supervisors' offices to erase emails that have been also sent to the clerk. And I just read that section, and I'm curious where you got that understanding. What I do see is that the clerk shall keep a public record of the proceedings in the board. So it does clearly indicate that it is the clerk's responsibility to maintain these records, but I don't see where the reading that allows them to delete them comes from.
I don't know either, and if I had my way about this, there would be no deletion of emails at all. That said, part of me also understands that if there is a record of every communication somewhere, that if a supervisor is deleting an email because they know that the clerk will have it, that the interests of transparency and open government can be reached if the requester knows to go to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to request that communication. And that's, that's a bit of an if, as we see in this situation. This is a textbook example of somebody who's fairly well versed in the Sunshine Ordinance, I presume, did not know to go to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to request this email, had to be told by the respondent to consult the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. And it also begs the question, should the clerk of the Board of Supervisors be a party to every complaint filed against a supervisor? I mean, this is, if they're the custodian of records for every supervisor, should they not also be here to respond to whether the request was fully responded to? So that's my understanding of it, and I think it's up to this body to determine whether I think it's a bit much to say that it's speculative to say that it's willful in my mind, but it's up to this body to determine whether this is, if we're comfortable with the discretion of supervisors to delete emails, even though they know that they will be held by the clerk.
Member Wolf.
Thanks for your clarifications, Member Hebner. I guess this is kind of addressed to to Attorney Cola and also to or I guess we can't ask questions of the complainant anymore, can we?
Yes, you can.
Okay. We've spoken of this allowance that allows you to delete emails that are backed up and the clerk has possession of. And Member Hepner explained how that policy could still serve the needs of transparency, and I definitely get that. But what I'm curious is what written policy or procedure from either the city attorney's office or the charter or some ruling that happened in some hearing that actually explicitly allows a supervisor to delete emails. Like, I understand how each of these things is possible. I understand how you can thread the needle through the text of section 2.117 to make that feasible, but where has it explicitly been acknowledged that this is okay?
Well, I think there's a difference between deleting an email and then erasing a record. And by seeing the clerk of the board on these issues, that's their way of maintaining the record, which would allow them then to delete the email from their hard drive. That's my only explanation for it, really.
Thank you.
I'm wondering about supervisors' policies for emails on which the clerk of the board is not copied. It seems to me that they should be keeping these records for 2 years. Are they doing that? If they're not doing that, then that's a clear violation of the law.
So, Chair Washburn,
Member David.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think it would be best like that. We might want to look at as a subcommittee, education, outreach, or compliance. But I think we should stick to this particular case. Right, this case has to deal with emails that were copied to the clerk, not that were not just sent to Supervisor Tang's office. Correct?
Well, that we know of. I mean,
Is there any, I'll ask Mr. Peel, have you come across any email that was sent to Supervisor Tang along with other supervisors, but not copied to the clerk that was erased by Supervisor Tang's office? Was that, I'm sorry, I know there was a lot of...
No, I get it.
Yeah.
The email from Mr. Frank was copied to members of the Rules Committee and the clerk.
Okay.
The email containing the biographical information of the nominees to be considered from the Rules Committee went from Ms. Miller in the clerk's office to the members of the Rules Committee. So it was from the clerk's office, not copied to the clerk's office. Now, that may well be a semantical difference, Mr. David, but those are the facts.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
So after DCA Cola's comments and looking at section 34090, I am persuaded by the fact that these records, if they're being copied to the clerk, they are not being destroyed by virtue of being deleted by a supervisor. A copy of them exists. I think what we have here is an issue of processing records requests and making sure that frankly, that the clerk of the Board of Supervisors be copied on requests to supervisors. That may be an internal mechanism that we need to encourage. That may be a policy that supervisors need to adopt and publicize. I would be satisfied finding, of just in the interest of moving this forward, of finding a violation on timeliness grounds. We've done this before to place mark the fact that
it's 6721C, assisting requester, both of those.
Okay, so right, I would be comfortable finding a violation of a failure to respond timely to an IDR request, and also failure to assist a requester in finding information. Those are, I think that I would feel comfortable preserving, based on the facts that appear to be undisputed. Those violations seem evident to me.
Is there a second?
I would second that with a caveat. Am I allowed to do that?
If the maker agrees.
I don't feel like that this. I feel like Supervisor Tang's office is taking appropriate steps to address. Like, I agree that these should be put on the record that these were violations. I don't feel like that this needs to be sent on to a subcommittee. I feel like a letter or something just from the supervisor's office saying that here are the steps that we're taking to make sure that things are, dealt with in a quick manner if it's faxed, and every sunshine request that we respond to will have the caveat that in it that you might also want to go to the clerk to see if there's any other records associated with it. I think those are kind of the two, at the end of the day, issues that we're asking Supervisor Tang's office to deal with.
And if we could include that bit of advice in an order of determination to Supervisor Tang's office, I'm fine with that.
I also want to say that it's up to the chair of the task force to determine the disposition of this. So
excuse me.
After the order of determination is made, then it'll be up to me to be persuaded or for me to determine what to do with this. Member Wolf?
So I probably shouldn't have done this, and I don't really know what to do now, but I may have discovered an email that was part of that request that wasn't received in the sunshine in the complainant's what was turned over to the complainant that was sent by me to Supervisor Tang's office. And I'm really kind of regretting that I found this and now confused as to what, if anything, I should do about this in regards to this case. Does anyone have any advice?
Oh, wait. I just want to make sure we understand you. So this is an email that wasn't produced.
It doesn't appear to be produced. I can double check that. Or Mr. Peel, did you receive an email from me in that list of emails that were turned over?
No.
Okay. It was sent to Deanna Cuizon.
Was it CC to the clerk of the board?
No.
Was it through the chair? Was it CC to Supervisor Tang?
No.
Then it sounds like it doesn't count. But I may be wrong.
Excuse me.
Point of order.
Actually,
Member Fisher.
that was actually a question that maybe Mr. Peel might be the one to answer.
Okay.
I mean, as I've read this, it was to Supervisor Tang.
The
Go ahead.
text of the request clearly stated all communications for Supervisor Tang and any member of her staff.
That answers that.
All right,
you.
thank you. All right. So in view of this new information, do we want to, how shall we proceed? Member Wolf?
Should I somehow email this to Mr. Young so that it's in the record? I don't really know what to do with this document in front of me at the moment.
Don't
not
delete
gonna delete
it. Don't delete it. Oh my. Okay. Well, we have a motion we have a motion before us right now that we can ask public comment on the motion, and then you can make another motion. This is an issue that not all information was. There were some documents that were not produced. DC Acola, this was...
In light of this new discovery, it seems like 67.29-7 would be applicable for failure to maintain a record. Now, you could open up the discussion again to determine whether or not you think that was willful. But it seems like this relates back to the issue that kind of was a tangent that we went off on about the Board of Supervisors' practice of preserving their records.
Okay.
So, yeah, as was mentioned earlier, this might be something that should be addressed in a subcommittee, maybe with a letter to the Board of Supervisors, advising them how you want records to be preserved, if and when emails could be deleted, and how those deleted emails could be tracked down.
Okay, so In DCA Cola's analysis, he lists the applicable statutory sections, and one is 67.27-7. So, Member Wolf's email, it looks like we can say, okay, it was deleted, and so that's why it wasn't produced. What's not known is whether it was there and it wasn't produced. Okay, that's another issue, but we do know that there is a problem, or we think there's a problem with policies regarding maintenance of records. So do you want to propose an amendment to the motion to add this?
Not at this time, particularly in regards to the fact that I've made this assertion, but we haven't given Ms. Keyson an opportunity to respond to the allegation. So I think that that's kind of problematic to add this to
This is
that.
new facts and evidence. Okay. Oh, boy.
Okay, may I make
Member
it?
David?
Yeah, this is just a thought. So why don't we move forward with the motion that's on the floor, and that we can always then come back and potentially, I don't want to say table, but take up that, take up the issue that Member Wolf raised at our next hearing, so that we have time. It's not a 5-minute, like, oh, I just found this email.
Yeah.
There's actually time to, do some due diligence behind it. So we could table that one portion of that for, we don't have to close out.
Procedurally, so we could move forward with DCA Cola, Mr. Young. So take public comment on the motion, vote on the motion before us, continue the item for the next time in view of, I don't know. This is a new one. I have all this time in the task force. I don't remember anything like this.
My understanding is that you wish to continue this item to allow for time to research this additional finding and hear it, and to have discussions on that. You may make the motion on 67.25 and 67.21 and vote on those. After that, you may continue this item to the next meeting and have additional discussions on this item.
Okay, that seems to make sense. We have a lot of people waiting here, and it's getting late. So, all right, at this time, I'd like to hear public comment on the motion before us. Excuse me, Dr. Kerr, didn't you offer facts and evidence in support? Yeah, you did.
So
Okay.
I can't talk?
Not right now, no.
Good evening again. I'm still Richard Nee. A few things. First of all, notwithstanding the question of relevance of Mr. Wolf's recent revelation, I believe that 67.29-7 still applies, simply because Supervisor Tang's office failed on a regular basis to look at their fax machine. That goes to sloppy record keeping. You might also consider adding 67.26, failures to keep withholding to a minimum. Going forward, not necessarily applicable to this case, but moving forward, if similar cases come before you, this goes back to Mr. Peel's citation of Government Code Section 6200. There is a similar provision, even more stringent, in the city's administrative code, section 8.3, which states current records and storage records may be destroyed 5 years after they were created if they have served their purpose and are no longer required for any public business or other public purpose.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Germain. So I wanted to comment on the issue of responsibility for maintaining records being transferred from individual supervisors to the clerk of the board. I'm not sure exactly where in the legislation, well, it seems that the Board of Supervisors has developed a policy that when emails are CC'd to all supervisors plus the clerk of the board, the individual supervisors can delete them. And I'm not clear on where in the legislation they found the authority to develop that policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we've been wrestling with that very question ourselves.
Thomas Piccarello. Regarding the motion, does that include the caveat by member David or without the caveat by David regarding just sending a letter to Supervisor Tang saying you screwed up but don't do it again? Or will send it out to a committee to ascertain what the new protocol is so this behavior doesn't continue? That's a question. Is the motion with the caveat by member David?
No, I believe I answered that and during our discussion where I said that the chair of the task force is the person who determines the disposition of a case. And I said I would, listen to what people had to say about that, but it was ultimately my determination.
Okay. Secondly, it would have been very helpful if Supervisor Tang could have appeared here tonight rather than her aide and maybe explained the protocol in her office, how it existed and how it is going to improve in the future. But I would urge a stronger motion in the sense of finding a serious and willful defect, disregard of the request. It's clear that not all emails are either in the possession of the supervisor or in the possession of the clerk's office. Member Wolf demonstrated one specific email that was in the possession of Supervisor Tang, but it was not turned over to the complainant and was not given to the clerk. So we can assume that is not the exception, but rather the rule of Supervisor Tang and probably most of the other supervisors. So I would urge you to do something stronger than what you're recommending regarding your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay. The matter's back with the task force. Any other comments? Thoughts? Member Wolf.
So you spoke of how the disposition is up to you as chair. Do you have any inclination based on where we're at right now in terms of where you're inclined to take it if the motion goes forward?
Right now I'm thinking about a strong letter to the to Supervisor Tang's office, also thinking about letters to the other supervisors. This could be, a bigger problem. And having her staff appear before EOT, but then next month we'll hear this case again with the new evidence. So I don't know where that'll end up. That's potentially more significant. I mean, we need to learn more about that. So that's what I'm thinking about. So at this point, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the motion before us?
The motion is to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25A regarding timeliness of response and 67.21C regarding providing assistance to the requester to obtain the requested information. On that motion, Member Rummel.
Pass.
Member Wolf.
Pass.
Member Copra.
Pass.
That's you.
Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Rummel.
Pass.
Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra.
Pass.
Member Rummel.
What is it, 5 now? 5 ayes?
We have 5.
Pass.
Member Copra.
Aye.
Copra, aye. Member Rummel.
Now you can.
No.
Rumble, no. The motion passes. Would you like to continue this item to the next meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for discussion of violation of 67.29-7 regarding failure to maintain a record?
Yes.
Or would you like to send this to the committee and let them discuss it at that level?
No, I'd like to bring it back to the full task force, but I would also like to start the process. Well,
We can prepare the order of determination and have it available for review of the task force members at the next meeting.
right.
And then after the final determination, we can send it off
Okay.
after the
and-
next meeting.
Right. Okay.
So this is part one of the meeting, and we will discuss additional motions at the next meeting.
And I would hope we can look at this more broadly, too, as not a problem specifically of Supervisor Tang's office. So
Maybe we should invite the supervisor of records or the custodian of records for the clerk of the board
yes,
to the meeting.
definitely.
Custodian of records. Through the chair, remind me again, who is the custodian of records?
That was Wilson Ng, clerk of the board's
Okay,
office.
that's
Yeah. No, that makes sense. We need a further discussion. And if you find any emails lying around, so
Order to Victor and Tom.
right.
So on the motion, do I have a motion to continue this matter to the next meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on this motion to continue the item for further discussion? Okay, seeing none, would you call the roll on this item? Motion?
On the motion to continue this matter to the next meeting, Member Rummold?
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra?
Aye.
Copra, aye. Member Hepner?
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David?
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Hyland. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. This matter will be continued.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is public comment.
Yes, let's move ahead with
Did you decide what we're going to?
I believe we are going to delay the issuance of any letters or order of determinations until the next meeting.
Oh, is that?
Right. I mean, there will be an order of determination for,
I will prepare it and it'll be available at the next meeting, but I will not finalize it until the next meeting occurs, as we may make additions to it.
right. Okay.
Next on the agenda is item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Hi, you guys. I just wanted to give you an update about the San Francisco Arts Commission because there's a compliance meeting on the 16th of this month. Their website was down for 5 days last week. I sent an email to the commission secretary advising her of this. And I was told by Paige Ritchie that it was an IT problem. We all know that the Arts Commission doesn't use the city website for their agendas and minutes, so something wrong there. There was a meeting on Monday of the Full Arts Commission in room 416. The meeting notice, of course, wasn't posted to the right of the door. It never is. At the start of the meeting, the secretary didn't state the date, time, location, or title of the commission meeting. This is Government Section Code 54960. That's a violation of that code. I contested that, and then I contested again for 5 subcommittee minutes, and we've been through this twice at the Education and Outreach, that they should be draft minutes, and then when they're voted on at the full commission level, become minutes. However, they were posted as minutes before they were even voted on. I attended an advisory meeting of Craftsman examiners in October of 2014 and submitted a 150-word public comment. This public comment didn't appear in the minutes. This is a policy body, and there's never been an audio of those meetings. This is very disturbing. Both the permanent and holiday selling spaces for street artists on Stockton Street have been removed for up to 2 years. It's something called a winter walk, which is a public space. There was no public hearing on any San Francisco Arts Commission agenda, and no notice was given to the 434 permit holders about this. Right now, and until the end of the year, there are 15 selling spaces downtown for 435 people, and this will be lasting for 2 years. The map book that is given to us doesn't reflect this and claims that all the permanent spaces in all areas of the cities to be permanent, to be holiday spaces. There are not enough books to go around, and they're only in English. Over 3/4 of the people don't speak English. There was no public notice given from the Arts Commission over the construction of the Apple Store, and that's a loss of 20 street artists' prime selling spaces for 2 years. Yesterday and today, I went to their offices at 25 Van Ness 4 separate times during business hours to renew a permit. I waited in front of the door a total of 3 hours yesterday, and I remember what Member Highland said, to send a polite email saying the thing was up for renewal and to please give me a time when to appear. I was not given a time, but waited another 2 hours today to do a task that should have taken 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Richard Nee. After, amid hearing all those passes, I'm kind of surprised nobody bid 3 clubs. Anyway, what I have to say isn't really within your purview, but it's, I think, nonetheless of interest, of relevance to what you do. You know that I'm active in the Society of Professional Journalists Northern California chapter, Freedom of Information Committee, and the chapter is opening nominations for its annual James Madison Awards, honoring individuals and organizations that champion sunshine and the First Amendment. The nominations deadline is January 9th, Friday, January 9th. We hope you'll consider people you know, organizations you know that have done that kind of work. Additional information is available at spjnorcal, spjnorcal.org.
Thank you. And if you get a chance to go to the James Madison Awards dinner, it's really interesting. March 12th. Good food and really, really interesting. People are doing great work.
Agenda item 9 is mine. I'm the director of the San Francisco Urban Forest Coalition. You just spent about an hour and 35 minutes on agenda item 4. There are 3 cases or matters before you get to mine. If you just spend an hour each, mine will show up at 9 o'clock. And if I tell my wife that I'm going to be here till 9 o'clock, I won't be able to come home. I'm being serious in a way because I have not had a good year physically. I came to this meeting expecting to have a certain sense of rationality about the questions. This matter consumed that time because you were all speculating. The person that Supervisor Tang sent over was not a knowledgeable person. She did not know anything about the process or procedure for deleting emails. And it was just a lot of nonsense. And you're all speculating about what should have been done or how is it done or what do you do, when the bottom line is Mr. Peel didn't get his records because they were playing a game and you couldn't find out how they did it. And that's the problem. So I guess I'm just complaining because I don't really want to sit here for another 3 hours and then find that you got to leave because they're going to lock the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on matters not before us this evening? Okay. We normally take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, but do you want to go? Does everybody have enough energy to forge ahead? Okay. All right. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 6, file number 14079, complaint filed by David Eisenberg against David Curto and Trent Orr, Human Service Agency, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 and 67.25 for failure to adequately respond to a request for public records in a timely manner.
First of all, we have to find jurisdiction. DC Acola?
Yeah, I just wanted, in full disclosure, in my non-sunshine-related duties at the city attorney's office, I have had interactions with complainants in the next 3 cases regarding actually the same subject properties in this complaint. In no way were they ever related to sunshine requests directly, but I just wanted to put that out there.
We're without quota right now.
Quorum.
Quorum right now.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Quota, quorum.
So I wanted to disclose that.
All right.
We can't do
We
it.
can't do anything right now.
Yeah. They can't go at the same time.
Maybe we should have taken that
Nope,
break.
we're back.
There we go.
Okay.
So through the chair,
Member
colleagues,
Fisher?
look left and right before you get up. There has to be 6 of this table at all
Okay,
times.
all
So
right.
if somebody gets up, sit back down.
All right. At this time, I don't believe that jurisdiction is contested, so do I hear a motion? It is contested. It is contested. Okay. Well, first of all, we need to have a motion to find jurisdiction, and then we'll hear from the parties. So do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
I'm sorry, don't you have to have public comment on the jurisdiction issue?
We haven't made a motion to find it yet.
Motion.
Okay.
Motion to find jurisdiction.
Is there-
Second.
Okay. All right. Now, is there...
there a
Please,
second?
second.
We have a second. So at this time, we'll hear public comment, but it cannot be anybody who's a party to the matter. So is there anybody here who's not related to this in any way who has anything to say about jurisdiction? Okay. Member Wolf?
Wait. I'm sorry. I would like the public comment, but I'd rather hear the argument why there isn't any jurisdiction before then I can then give my public comment as to whether or not I think there's jurisdiction.
Okay. All right. Sorry. That makes sense. Okay. So at this time, I would like to hear from the respondents as to why you don't think the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction to hear this item.
The documents in question.
Through the chair, can they
My name is
identify-
Diana Christensen. I'm the custodian of records for the Human Services Agency. The documents in question were provided to the complainant by the city attorney's office. That's how they got them. They were at the city attorney's office because there is a lawsuit by them naming the Human Services Agency. That fact entirely muddies this process. We are not all lawyers in terms of determining what's applicable and what's not necessarily, and those documents at the time of this request were with the city attorney.
I'm Dave Curto with the Human Services Agency, and to expand about that a little bit, there was litigation filed, and I'm sure it's something that this task force has dealt with before. There's discovery in the litigation, there's sunshine, there's what should be released, what shouldn't be released, what's attorney-client privilege. We were taking direction from our city attorneys, so whether it is, part of it is sunshine and part of it is not sunshine, is really something that we would defer to the city attorney's office on.
All right. Member Wolf and...
I mean, it sounds like there was just a reason that this doesn't, that this is not the right department in front of here, but I don't hear a jurisdictional argument around this.
I agree. I don't think this goes to jurisdiction. Maybe this bears on your obligation to have to respond to the records request, but as a public department, as agency, department of the city of San Francisco. I don't see why you would not be subject to a public records request as any other body would, except as it bears on your obligation to respond to that request.
So I tend to agree. I mean, when we listen to the merits of the case, you may have a perfectly good reason for not responding to the records request, but that's something we would have to hear. So I'm looking at the analysis memorandum from our district city attorney, Mr. Cola, dated November 25th, and stating that HSA does not contest jurisdiction to hear this complaint.
I think he made that up. Made one up. Thanks for made one up.
Where in any responsive records to this complaint did you contest jurisdiction?
Just did.
You can contest it now, but up to the point in time when this was when you were supposed to submit all evidence in support of your argument, there was no.
Mr. Cola, when we got the notice of the complaint, all we got was a complaint that said we didn't provide all the records. We didn't know what records they thought we didn't provide. We didn't know where they came from. We didn't get that information until a month after the fact. We didn't get that information until after I had responded to the complaint.
Member Hepner.
I'm sorry, this still doesn't seem to me to bear on jurisdiction, and I feel like we're getting to the merits of the complaint as to whether you received a records request and had an obligation to respond to it. I think this is beyond the question of jurisdiction.
I agree. I think this goes to the facts of the case.
So the motion stands.
Okay, Member Wolf.
I don't mean to put words in Ms. Christensen and your other colleagues' mouth, but are you saying that because this involves an active litigation that it shouldn't be within the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Task Force? Is that your argument?
No, I think we're just unsure which portions of the information is subject to Sunshine, and since it was a lawsuit filed against the state of California and the city, which of it was protected? And I agree, it probably gets into the merits of the timeliness of production of records and who actually produced them, because we had to go through the city attorney's office to make those determinations of which records were subject to Sunshine and which ones were subject to discovery in the litigation.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Right, thank you.
So that's about the merits of the case. Is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Okay, seeing none, without objection, we find jurisdiction. All right. At this time, the complainant, Mr. Eisenberg, you have 5 minutes to explain your case to us.
Task Force members, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here. My name is David Eisenberg. I'm president of Van Resco and Microtracers, 2 chemical companies located on Van Dyke Avenue near the corner of Jennings in San Francisco. Located in San Francisco, 71 years, 34 years on Van Dyke Avenue. The Sunshine Act is so important in assuring honest government. In the past 1.5 years, Sunshine Information has allowed my lawyers to stop at least 3 illegal actions requested by the Human Services Agency. And getting prompt responses to my Sunshine request is critical to me in trying to battle the Jennings Street Homeless Shelter Project, which would potentially destroy my business. The current complaint I have relates to a series of events. I made Sunshine requests to the Human Services Agency, Trent Rohrer and David Curto, on July 23rd and July 24th of this year regarding information on the Jennings Street project, specifically including information on interactions with the state of California and with the owner of the real estate involved in the project. The Human Services Agency responded to me on August 5th, including over 250 pages of information, but not at least 2 critical items that were later provided to me under the Sunshine Act by the City Attorney's Office. The response from the Human Services Agency was on August 5th. The response from the city attorney on August 18th. These critical items were emails between David Curto and the state of California relating to the status of the homeless shelter project. This included information with regard to CEQA, project timelines, statements, and included a statement, "Sorry, this has been painfully slow. The opposing parties," meaning David Eisenberg and many others, "have been continually blocking our efforts." The second series of information provided me by the city attorney were emails between David Curto and attorney Scott Basson, the attorney for the owner of the real estate, with regard to lease negotiations. These emails were dated July 3rd, July 17th. The emails between David Curto and the state was May 27th. So these were not ancient emails. These were fairly current emails. And these were critical to me because Scott Basson and the owner of the property basically have extorted the city to pay substantially greater rent than had originally been planned for when the grant application was made back in 2011. The Human Services Agency has responded that they provided me more than 250 pages of information, that I received information, the missing information from other city agencies, in this case the city attorney's office, and further that Mr. Curto was not able to keep access or supply the missing items. I disagree on all points. If the Human Services Agency does not provide me critical items while providing me hundreds of pages of miscellaneous data, information, it has an obligation to provide me everything. And the fact that I got the information from another agency just makes me that much more suspicious that when Human Services Agency responds to me, they do not provide me the important things that I'm looking for or respond fully. And I think Mr. Curto does have an obligation to keep this information. This was not ancient. These were emails of May 27th, July 3rd, July 17th. My request had gone in July 23rd, July 24th, responded to August 5th, August 14th, August 18th. I don't want to push the issue of an email dated August 4th to Mr. Curto relating from the guard service at Mother Brown's at Jennings Street, relating to drug dealing being existing and ongoing at the facility, because the date of that message was August 4th, and the response from Human Services was August 5th. So it's reasonable that the timelines would not have provided them opportunity to provide that to me. Thank you so much for listening to my complaint.
Thank you. Is there anyone here at this time to offer facts and evidence in support of Mr. Eisenberg?
I submitted information to Victor Young when he asked for it.
Right, we have it in our packet, yes.
Good evening, task force members. My name is Jonathan Germain. I am the complainant for the next complaints, 14035 and 14070. I think you'll see both from Mr. Eisenberg's complaint and from the combination of the different complaints that there is a practice of withholding, at the Human Services Agency, of withholding documents unless the person who makes the request says that they basically already have it or already know what it is.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? All right. The respondent, you have, Ms. Christensen, you have 5 minutes.
Gary, I need the request too. Thank you. In 2014, HSA has received and responded to 65 requests for information about the Jennings Street project. It's a huge amount. There were a total of 228 individual items related to Jennings Street that we've provided documents, thousands and thousands of documents on. Last year, we provided information on 15 Jennings Street related documents, 2013, with 48 separate items. I want to give you that context because there are a total of three emails at question within this block of, or within this particular complaint that we didn't provide amongst the 250 documents that we did in response to Mr. Eisenberg's response. And I want to say, it sounded like when he was talking that the most important things we didn't give. But had we missed anything else that we did give, those would be the most important things, I think. The request that he made is, and I'm not sure what page it's on in your package, has approximately 8 different items on it, all of which go towards questions related to Jennings Street, all of which are complicated and technical and relate to the setting up of that project. We got the request on July 24th. HSA responded on August 5th with our documents. Mr. Eisenberg made his complaint on August 19th. What he said was HSA's response was grossly incomplete. He did not say how. We didn't know what documents he was talking about at that point. I made my response to you around the complaint, and he came back and then pointed out that he had done a sunshine request of the city attorney's office. We had sent documents to the city attorney's office in relation to the lawsuit that Mr. Eisenberg and others had brought against us. So that's how he got them. We didn't review those documents because we thought that package of information, that information that we had given them, was covered under attorney-client privilege and under issues related to the lawsuit, and that they weren't responsive to the sunshine request. There's nothing willful about this. There's 3 documents, and we provided lots of other technical information, and we have given them thousands of documents over time, and I think that shows that we're not interested in hiding anything. We've made it very public. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent?
This is a continuation of the department's time.
Yeah, Dave Curto again,
okay.
Madam Chair, task members. I would just say that the opposition of this shelter has put up a formidable fight, and they have literally buried the department in requests. We've done our best to provide those. It is complicated by the lawsuit that was filed. All of the documents, while the lawsuit is going on, have to go to the city attorney's office. They vet what can be released, what can't be released, and we've done our best to come up with documents. Yeah, have I personally lost a couple of documents over the years since 2011? A couple of emails? Yes. I've been unable to recover them. But they got the emails from other city departments, and I think I wrote a written response to, that was a request by Mr. Germain that said, you have the document. The document was about setting up a meeting. The meeting took place. We acknowledge I sent the document. I just couldn't come up with a copy of it. The recipients of the email provided the copies. It's the same document. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone, okay, so we've heard from the department. Is there anyone to offer facts and evidence in support of the department? Okay, seeing none, the matters with the task force for questions.
I had a question for the complainant, Mr. Eisenberg. Mr. Eisenberg, so the HSA just said that you said there was a gross lots of documents left out, and whereas they said they provided hundreds of documents and only 3 particular documents were left out, but they weren't aware of which documents you were referring to. So could you please respond to that claim and explain to us which of those 3 documents were and why you used the term gross documents were left out, even though they did provide you with hundreds of documents?
The documents that were not provided were critically important with regard to our lawsuit and my planning to try to defeat this ill-conceived project. The email between David Curto and the state of California back and forth on May 27th included information with regard to CEQA, project timeliness, and preliminary. Here is an update on where we're at the project process. Preliminary title and as is appraisal report ordered. Should have it in a couple of weeks. CEQA compliance phase 1 environmental report ordered. City's planning department is performing CEQA performance review. That is needed also for the lease of the property. We should have timeline for completion June 13th. Updated project timelines also due June 13th. Updated detailed cost estimate. City's Department of Public Works is surveying job this week. We'll have updated cost estimates. Sorry, this is painfully slow. The opposing parties have been continually blocking our efforts. P.S. Have you sent us a signed copy of the loan agreement? We only show the one we sent you as being signed. This was all very important information to me with regard to how the city was proceeding and as to how I should try to block it. And the attorneys back and forth on July 3rd and July 17th between David Curto and Scott Basson, the owner of the real estate, related primarily to the fact that HSA was trying to figure out how to get the owner of the property $103,000 that they had requested be paid, and which our attorney had stopped payment on. It had complained to the district attorney, who had advised the controller's office not to make the payment, and it stopped it. So having this information on the emails between David Curto and the fact that he was meeting with the attorneys and that the attorneys were trying to figure out one way or another how to get the owner of the property this money or other money and information on the status of the lease. This was important information. You know, I didn't need 50 pages of information on stuff that was immaterial, but you don't really know it's important until you have it all and go through it. And just as HSA has provided thousands of pages of information, rest assured I personally have gone through those thousands of pages.
Thank you.
Member Rummold?
What kind of lawsuit have you filed? Is it a sunshine lawsuit, or is it an attempt to stop the project?
I've acted on the advice of legal counsel as to how we could try to kill off this project. The project
but
represents...
it's not about these...
No, it has nothing to do with Sunshine Act. The lawsuit is to invalidate a state loan for $978,000, which was to be used to help build the project. It works out that the project estimate is now almost $4 million, so the state loan would not pay for it. But that's the lawsuit is related to the state loan.
Member David?
How did you end up with the documents that
I made a sunshine request to the city attorney's office because I had reason to believe that the city attorney's office would have information pertinent to the Jennings Street project, and they'd responded.
So at this point, do you now feel that you have all documents, or do you still like?
Well, based on this recent interaction with Human Services Agency, I have no confidence that I have every document that I should be having, but I have everything that I'm aware that exists.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. I'm not being very clear, I guess.
Go ahead.
It's getting a little late.
Yeah.
I think I have all the documents that I should have, but I don't feel certain of that.
Okay. And did the Human Service Agency point you towards the city attorney's office to make a sunshine request to them?
I do not believe so. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember exactly why I went to the city attorney's office. It might have been on some different directions than what they provided me.
Okay, but are you trying to? So let me ask you. Well, I have one last question, then I'll move on to another member. Are you looking for documents in support of your lawsuit?
No.
No.
Well, they're documents that could be in support of my lawsuit, I suppose.
Okay.
It depends on what I find. I'm looking at anything that will help me end this ill-conceived project. I've interacted with the media and, Greta Call at the Chronicle and various other people, and we're not sure how we're going to end the thing. It's a disaster for my business, the fact that this thing is going on.
Member Wolf?
So I'm curious in regards to the lawsuit. A lawsuit has a discovery process to obtain documents, which is a little different than the sunshine process. I can't really speak to the efficacy of both processes and what's going to yield what. But are you seeking these same documents through the discovery process in your lawsuit?
I certainly am not. My attorney handling the lawsuit, he decides, what to ask for, and I believe that that he's probably satisfied that he has all the information that he needed, and I think he's an expert land use attorney, and we had a preliminary a decision against us on a critical point on Monday, but this thing will go on, and we'll probably be appealing the preliminary decision.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously you're entitled to documents outside of why you want them, and this has been an issue in the past, and I don't mean to go down that road, but I'm just curious, do you feel that if you're part of the reason you want these documents, you acknowledge, is to help in this legal challenge that you're putting forward?
It could be for that, but it's primarily for anything that I can do to try to delay and or kill off this project, and that could be administratively by developing political support, interacting with other community organizations,
and that's
so
all
forth.
fine. That's not where I'm going with the question. My question is that if you're obviously, we're here to get you whatever documents you need, and you are entitled to whatever documents you're entitled to. I'm just sort of curious if your attorney feels confident that they have all the documents they've obtained, where your concern that you may not have everything is coming from. I'm not trying to figure out why you want it or how you want it or engage in that. I'm just trying to ascertain why you feel that you don't. What?
Well. I've been involved and represented by my employee Charlene at an earlier Sunshine complaint against the Department of Public Works, where the Sunshine Task Force voted in our favor that the Department of Public Works had violated the act in not providing us information.
So you're seeking out addition. You're confident in your lawyer, but you also want to exercise this pathway to ensure that you have everything, basically.
Yes,
Okay.
and I'm using the information for a variety of purposes totally unrelated to the lawsuit.
Well, and whatever reason you need it, it really is not our business. I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to get and how we can best help you.
Yeah.
I have a question of Ms. Christensen. If you'll come to the microphone. So when Mr. Eisenberg made his request, and you responded with many documents, at that point, were you aware that there were some other documents that you weren't providing that you had given to the city attorney's office? Did you tell him that, if you want some additional documents, go there?
No, I believed that we had given him everything that we had to give. I was unaware that there were other documents at the city attorney's office at that time.
Okay. All right. So because one of the provisions in the Sunshine Ordinance is to help the requester obtain other records, but
I couldn't even do that at the point that he made the complaint. If I had known then, I couldn't have done it because I didn't know what documents he thought were missing. I just didn't know. I also know that this is a fairly sophisticated requester, and I say that with all due respect, that he's been all over the city asking for records from many, many departments and not just the Human Services Agency. So I wouldn't necessarily have thought that I would have needed to do that.
okay. So at the time, you felt that you were giving him everything that you had.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
If I can take the opportunity, as to the last document, the one from the August 5th document, that was not in the time period of the request. The request was as of June 24th, or July 24th, sorry. And so anything that came afterwards wouldn't have been included. We would not have included it at all.
Right, I believe that was already addressed. Okay. Members, do you have other questions?
For Mr. Curto?
Yes.
The email, are you familiar with this email? The May 27th email?
Is this the one to Department of Public Works request setting up a meeting? Yeah, that is the email that I am unable to produce.
And why are you unable to produce it?
Well, our department was one of the last departments to switch over from the old Lotus Note system to the Microsoft Office 365. When I wrote that, we were right in the process of the switchover, and I wasn't able to get to my archives. In fact, our IT department still cannot recover the archives from my Lotus Note system.
Okay, so
when I searched for it, it wasn't there. It didn't come up.
Is it archived somewhere now?
They've still been unable to recover this particular email as of about 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And he got this email, the complainant got this email from the district attorney's office?
No, he got it from the recipient, the Department of Public Works.
The Department of Public Works, all right.
So who is the recipient of my email? I think in my written response I said, yes, I wrote the email. I'm unable to produce it. However, Department of Public Works did produce the email. It's the same email that requested a meeting. There's no other email regarding that meeting. And I get many emails to set up meetings, and sometimes emails get passed back and forth with various states.
Right.
Once I enter the meeting on my calendar, I usually don't retain those previous emails setting up the meeting. What's of substance is the meeting.
All right.
I'm sorry, what's up? The substance is the meeting that we had, not the various emails where everyone's comparing dates to see when we can meet.
Right, I'm not sure that that's exactly what that email entails, never mind. Okay.
Whether they should be retained or not.
Or whether we should be assessing the importance of that email.
Yeah, are we talking about, someone just put an email in front of me, the 527 email from me to the state?
From you to Jennifer Henderson of State HCD.
I'm sorry. I was speaking of a different email. This email was the state asking us for what's an update on the project because they needed certain documents in order to close out the loan. And this project, when we applied to the state, it's a forgivable loan. And they needed certain things that in the due process of it, preliminary title report. It was ordered from the Department of Real Estate. It is pending the lease, which still hasn't gone forward. So let me go through these just to give you context, please. The CEQA report is done by the Planning Department. That has still not been complete. They've started that process, and it is a rather lengthy process. The project timeline, which we decided as the City Department with the Mayor's Office that we would be able to provide a timeline by June 13th. The timeline has still not happened. The updated detailed cost estimate was ultimately the Department of Public Works estimate for the project.
Okay, frankly, yeah, I mean, I hate to cut you off, but I'm not really interested in. What my question is, does this fall under his request? I believe it does. The email would fall under his request. For public records.
It would fall under his request. This is one of the documents we provided because the state was named in the lawsuit.
Right. You provided that through what avenue?
To the city attorneys.
You provided that record to the city attorney. You did not provide that to the complainant in the context of the sunshine request, though.
I did not. I provided them to the city attorney. They went through and decided which documents we could release, which documents we would identify and said we would not release.
So you provided this document to the city attorney in the process of getting counsel on how to respond to the sunshine request. Is that accurate?
To the lawsuit.
to the lawsuit. Okay.
And, and that's where I started this off with. The city attorney had to huddle up and say, okay, we have two different things going on here. We have a sunshine request, and we have a lawsuit that has a discovery process. Which documents are pertinent to which?
Right, and the lawsuit aside, the withholding of a public record is the withholding of a public record. Nothing about this seems to be attorney-client privileged. This is not to your counsel. This is communicated to a third party outside the context of the litigation, it appears. So, I mean, it's a public record.
The state was named in the litigation. Our city attorney team was working with the state's attorney. So I'm simply providing the documents that we had to our city attorney. It's their determination which ones are relevant to be released. We rely on the advice of our city attorney.
Through the litigation and through the sunshine request. Okay, so I understand that there's, okay. All right. And is this email among the emails that is currently tied up in this sort of weird archival limbo?
No, this one is not.
This one you can access. This one you had full access to and did not provide to him. You provided to your city attorney.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
I'm sorry, on this particular email, did your city attorney advise not to turn it over? Like, I'm just curious why, if it was...
I don't recall if we ultimately provided this. Yeah, the city attorney, it must have been one of the documents they provided.
Member Wolf.
Mr. Curto, sorry. Explain this if I'm getting this wrong, but it sounds like what you're saying is that there was requests for documents related to this incident, both in the context of a lawsuit and a sunshine request.
Well, I think the initial sunshine requests came ahead of the lawsuit. When the lawsuit was filed, we consulted with the city attorneys, and they wanted to vet all documents pertinent to the case to see if they could be released, to see if they were attorney-client privilege, or to see if they were subject to sunshine. And I'll tell you quite honestly, I think it's been a debate in the city attorney's office, too, on these issues. And I know it's a matter that this policy board has heard before. So we went to the city attorney as our attorney and say, okay, here's the documents we have that are pertinent. You need to tell us what we release.
But you said the sunshine request preceded the lawsuit.
Yes.
So this email that's of question as to why it didn't get turned over to him with his request to your department, you turned this email over to the city attorney. The city attorney provided it to him either in the discovery process or a sunshine request.
Well, that I don't know. I think it was the sunshine request.
Through the sunshine request.
Yeah.
So that's what I don't understand, is that you deferred to the city attorney's office to decide which of your documents that you were in possession of were legitimately exposed under a sunshine request.
Yes, because it's a very gray area.
And so he requested an email that was in your possession, but he wasn't able to get it from you when you did your request and consulted with the city attorney. But when he filed the same or a similar public records request with the city attorney, this document was then turned over. So that's where I'm confused.
I'm not sure that this document was provided to Mr. Eisenberg via sunshine request to the city attorney's office. I turned over all the pertinent documents for this time frame to the city attorney. They then went through each document and said, okay, you can release these, and we don't want to release these, which is what we did. Where this document fell in that, I assume he got it, so it was released by the city attorney's office.
But we don't know.
There was no inventory of the documents.
But we don't know the methodology that caused that document to be in his possession.
I cannot speak to that.
Sure.
Directly.
Mr. Eisenberg, can you go ahead and...
You speak into the microphone, please.
A sunshine request to the city attorney's office, and the city attorney's office provided it.
Right, here's where I'm confused. You guys are deferring to the city attorney's office to decide what should be turned over. That process resulted in this email not being handed to him. Then he makes a sunshine request to the agency that you're consulting with, and they hand it over to him. This seems like a disconnect either at the city attorney's office or in your office. And obviously, if it's in the city attorney's office, it's kind of outside this complaint. But there does seem to be a clear disconnect here.
Well, as I said, the city attorney's office was huddled up over this issue because I don't think they've faced it before where they have both lawsuit and sunshine requests from various parties related to the same documents. So again, that's why we go to our city attorneys for advice. It was an area we were certainly unclear on.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a question of the complainant real fast, just to confirm what Ms. Christensen said? That email was received from a sunshine request to the city attorney's office?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
And do you have any sense as to why the city attorney gave it to you directly but didn't give it to you through HSA when they were consulting? Not that you wouldn't be expected to, just in case you have any thoughts on it.
No, I have no idea. I would have thought that the city attorney's office, if HSA wanted city attorney's office to review everything, that the city attorney should have reviewed everything and provided HSA advice on everything to be released to me, and then if they believed that release of this email was appropriate, then HSA should have given it to me when I made my request to HSA.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, at this time, the respondent, you have 3 minutes to rebut anything that you've heard or provide us with any closing remarks.
I think with the lawsuit and with the sunshine request, it's complicated. It's complicated, too, by the fact that there are so many documents that we're talking about. And I would respectfully say that there are many complicated, difficult documents that we've provided, and they may not have been much use to Mr. Eisenberg, but they were certainly important enough for him to ask for. And we spent a lot of time pulling them together for him, and we did due diligence to try and give him everything that we had, and I, at the time, had thought that we had done just that. I want to point out that Trent Rohr knows nothing about anything material to this particular document, and there certainly was no willful violation of sunshine on his part. And in terms of all of the documents that we've been getting for Mr. Eisenberg and for around Jennings Street requests, he's one of the first to respond in terms of reviewing his personal email. So I'd be hard pressed to see how you could name him in any kind of a violation. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, Mr. Eisenberg, you have 3 minutes for some closing remarks.
I think when I first started talking, I mentioned how important the Sunshine Act is and its implementation. And I'm grateful for the act existing and for your work in making it work effectively. And the requests that I've made, I think, have been reasonable, and they've been directed to try to provide me the information I need to try to defeat this bad project. And I'm grateful for the information that HSA and the various other documents have provided, in some cases later than they should have been provided. And I really hope I get complete information in the future. I do note that I received copies of emails and some other records, I guess. So I will hopefully talk with Victor Young or someone else to get better clarifications to precisely what records should be provided pursuant to the Sunshine Act, because there may be other, for example, oral information and personal notes of phone conversations. I don't know what other information should be privy, because I'm quite certain that I only have, from all the records that I've received, I only have the tip of the iceberg. You know, an email will tell me that there were that the owner of the property was demanding more money, and then that will be the end of the story, and I won't know what the rest of the story is and how, in fact, different agreements were reached and how money is moving from one place to another, and so with all the information I've received, what I have is a very incomplete matrix of what in fact has been transpiring on this project. But I'm terribly grateful for the information that I've been able to receive through the Sunshine Act, and it's been absolutely critical to me in my fight on this. And as I mentioned, it has allowed my attorneys to stop basically 3 probably illegal activities or actions that would have otherwise been completed had I not interacted and had I not had the information to interact. Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this time, the matter is back with the task force. Does anyone have a motion? Member Wolf?
Oh, I don't have a motion.
I got nothing.
Members? Okay, seeing no motion, the matter is concluded. I would urge public
comment.
Public comment.
It's optional.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. All right.
I think that this issue is very complicated because this is both simultaneously being litigated and through the public records process, and I think it's important for the parties involved to utilize whatever resources they have to see what documents they can get, because the discovery process may or may not have the same limitations as the Sunshine process, and it's important to talk to your lawyer about what that could mean.
And I wanted to say to Mr. Eisenberg that to continue working with Mr. Young and using your rights under the Sunshine Ordinance to request records. Today we have not found a violation on this particular matter, but just to inform you that you certainly, to urge you to continue to work to get the information that you need, and that our office will support you in that. Okay, is there public comment?
First, I want to tell Mr. Wolf, you're not allowed to ask a requester why he wants the records. That's pretty clear. And I think when you opened up the whole subject of the lawsuit, you extended this discussion beyond where it should have been, because the process for getting records from a city department or a custodian is very simple. You make your request. The department of the custodian has a period of 10 days in a normal request to either deliver them in any manner they want that has been requested, or they have to establish an exemption from disclosure. Those are the only issues. Not is it good for the lawsuit, not where are they. All of that is irrelevant to a records request. In addition, there is a provision, 6121, I keep forgetting. City Attorney's Office shall act to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information in public meetings, and shall not act as legal counsel for any city employee or any person having custody of any public record for purposes of denying access to the public. So the fact that they took their records and sent them over to the city attorney to find out if they can be disclosed, this is a level playing field. You're not supposed to have the city attorney helping the departments or custodians to retain and not disclose public records. And that's what the task force is for, is to have an even fight between the requester and the respondent. And the city attorney is not supposed to be a party. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Yes.
Hi. I agree with the public comment right before me that the lawsuit should not be an issue here. This was a Sunshine complaint, and that the HSA had a responsibility to provide all the documentation that they could have provided on this. And I understand Ms. Christensen's response that, yes, they provided thousands of documents, but that is the responsibility. They are a city employee. There is something called a Sunshine Ordinance, and when you're asked to provide those documents, you should provide them. So I understand her frustration, but I also understand that this is a legal requirement. I also wondered if maybe the public comment portion of this should have been allowed before the discussion was closed. It's just a question. I don't know the protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. We typically take public comment after a motion is made before we vote. And then if there's no motion, we listen to the public. Sometimes we'll make a motion after we hear your thoughts. Anything else? Okay. I'm wondering about taking a 10-minute break at this point. I'd like to take a recess for 10 minutes and then urge everybody to get back by 5 after.
Just to confirm before we go on recess that regarding file number 14079, there was no motion and the matter is concluded. We are on recess.
Business. Okay, the meeting is called back to order at 7:05. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Madam Chair, I believe you have a request to take item 9 out of order. I don't know if either sides have agreed to that or not, but I don't know if you want to consider that now. I don't know if the respondents for item 7 or 8 agrees with that or so forth, but I just heard that there was a request to take that item out of order.
Now, I understand that Mr. Grossman, wife is going to be unhappy if we keep him here too late, but we have other people who have been waiting here too a long time. I'd like to hear from the complainants for Mr. Germain. I believe you have the next 2 items.
I'd like to ask you to let Mr. Grossman go ahead.
Okay. And if that would be okay with respondents?
I would love to tell you that my wife isn't happy either about the timing. I will defer to my colleagues and say it's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Would you like to take item 9 out of order?
All right.
Never happy with me.
Give me one moment, please.
Okay. First, we have to call the item.
Item number 9, file number 14101, complaint filed by the San Francisco Urban Forest Coalition against Tom Hugh, Director, Department of Building Inspection, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21, 67.25, 67.26, and 67.27 for failure to adequately respond to a request for public records and failure to justify withholding of records relevant to the request.
So we're on number 9.
And I don't believe either side or the city is contesting jurisdiction. So do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Is there any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, without objection, we find jurisdiction. At this time, Mr. Grossman, you have 5 minutes. You know the drill here. So I said you know the drill. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This complaint deals with the project and permit tracking system, which has been under development by planning and DBI since 2011. And there's a hope that they'll go live actually this month, although Mr. Strawn will give you more. But that system is an automated software-driven project tracking system primarily for use by DBI and to a lesser extent by planning for permits issued by DBI. According to the contractor's press release, the new system will provide DBI and planning with streamlined, transparent processes that enable seamless data sharing among multiple city department boundaries and will deliver 24/7 access online for construction professionals and homeowners, and the public, obviously. So DBI actually has been the principal actor when dealing with the contractor, Celia. It formed and met a citizens advisory group and made the informational presentations to that group. It also kept the Building Inspection Commission regularly advised of progress. If you look at the packet for a meeting in July, you'll find the agenda item information. Planning's modest role in the development of the PPTS focus on compliance with the various building code requirements such as zoning and the Better Streets Plan, which includes Section 138.1. That section requires that a street tree be planted in the city's right-of-way when the project involves certain construction like a new building, adding a garage, and so forth. In 2012, Planning introduced a procedure requiring the filing of a tree checklist. If you look in the packet, it's 433 to 48, to identify projects that triggered 138.1 so that it can enforce that requirement. Prior to that time, Planning had no formal procedure to identify those projects, although Section 138.1 and its predecessors had been in the Planning Code since 1978. The data in the checklists was to be input into the existing PTS. However, the public had no access to that data, but Planning and DBI did. As a result, a member of the public had no way to determine whether a checklist had been filed or what information in it regarding Section 138 compliance existed. The purpose of the record request, which was submitted to Hema Nakati, who is DBI's MIS manager, was to determine whether the new PPTS would include the data from the tile checklists and any follow-ups by DPW or DBI, and the data in the existing but to be superseded permit tracking system. Since I received no records from DBI in response to the records request, I submitted an inspection request to the Planning Department in mid-August. During that inspection, Planning's representative offered to have Mr. Alton Chin, who is a longtime programmer analyst there, provide a live real-time demonstration of PPTS in its almost final configuration to determine if the data sought was in the system, and if so, whether there was public access to it. After parsing through various system components and screens, he was unable to find the data or any public access. He did say it could be added later. Thus, the July 30 records request was pursued with DBI. So the request really focuses on whether PPTS's database included the data derived from these checklists and whether it was accessible to the stakeholders, including the public. DBI's claim that all data derived from these checklists resides with DPW's Bureau of Urban Forestry because it handles tree permits is simply wrong. With all due respect to Mr. Strawn, who is here now, we believe the request is quite clear on what was sought. The PPTS is about to go live, so the PTS data must be in its database by now, and any screens that would be used by the public to access it must already be in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent, you have 5 minutes to respond to this complaint.
Thank you very much. I'm William Strawn. I'm the manager for legislative and public affairs at the Department of Building Inspection, and I periodically am involved in sunshine response requests. When Mr. Grossman made this initial request, I spoke to the IT staff for DBI to try and understand, do we have this information, because our policy is always to make it available as quickly as possible. I was told it is not yet there. I was told as of a few hours ago by the head of our IT that it is still not there. Part of this has to do with the complexities involved in implementation of this overall new permit tracking system. I'm sure any of you familiar with computer networks understand that making a massive change as we are from an Oracle system that dates from about 2001 or 1999 to this new software-driven Acela product involves a whole lot of testing and retesting. We're in that testing and retesting phase right now. We do not yet have a go-live date for the DBI side of that, even though planning, because, as Mr. Grossman says, has a much more limited requirement or series of requirements in the new database, is a lot closer to fruition. But the basic point here is that DBI has no jurisdiction over street trees. Our responsibility in terms of it is that when planning enters data or the Bureau of Urban Forestry enters data, we do not issue a certificate of final occupancy until the street tree impact fee requirement is fulfilled. That's basically a notation that will be in the system, and our staff will be able to see it in the system once the system is available to be seen. But I can say as of right now, that is not yet there. If it were, I would have handed that over to Mr. Grossman last July. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Task force members, do you have questions? Member David?
Is it Mr. Strawn? Strawn. Mr. Strawn. I'm sorry, I'm really, really confused. Not by your name, just in general. I'm very confused. Okay, so let's forget the change over to the new system. If you were still on the old system, would there be documents responsive to Mr. Grossman's request on the old system?
No. Under the current permit tracking system, and I've actually experimented with this myself, if you go through the normal citizen access portal, you will not find any information on street trees, and you specifically will not find the checklist that certainly does exist at planning, and which people who are doing projects are supposed to be provided so that they know what the requirement is for street trees. But I have not been able to access such information through the current system at DBI.
But so is it because the new system is going to combine planning information with your current, that the new system would have responsive?
Yes, yes. The whole idea behind the new system is to integrate planning and DBI and to provide the public with greater transparency so that you'll be able to see where in the various stages of a development project it actually stands at any given moment in time. The software product that we are implementing is a modular one so that other departments, such as the Department of Public Works and the Fire Department and the SFPUC and multiple other agencies, the Department of Public Health, all of whom may have review and sign-off authority on a project, they could theoretically in the future be added to this system so that this database would become more robust and more comprehensive. Right now, we're at this beginning stage where it's going to be DBI and planning. And I think we're all very hopeful that, information such as what Mr. Grossman is looking for will be available upon completion.
I have two follow-up questions, and then I will go. Would the Planning Commission, I'm sorry, not the Planning Commission, would the Planning Department have the information that Mr. Grossman's looking for?
Well, I believe the Planning Department does have the checklist. And I'm reasonably certain that that's also available on the Planning Department's website.
And did you advise Mr. Grossman of that?
Well, I hope so. I think I have suggested that Mr. Grossman speak with the Planning Department about this on various things. But my primary concern, of course, was to see what records I might have had to be responsive and to provide those.
Thank you.
Mr. Chopra, Member Chopra.
Thank you. So just related to Member David's question there. So ordinarily before this new system is in place and you have your current system how it stands right now, how would you normally respond to a request like Mr. Grossman's? Like if anyone else would submit such a request, how would you normally respond to that?
Well, if I had documents to provide them, I would provide them. And if somebody was saying, as I understood Mr. Grossman to say, I'm looking for how this is going to be in the new system, and I don't have any records to show that yet, I would say I don't have any responsive records.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Strawn, I'm looking at the timeline here, and one thing we look at is the timeliness of responses. And it looks like Mr. Grossman first asked for information on July 30th, and then on August 11th, so almost 2 weeks later, you told him that DBI would have a response by August 11th. Or no, I guess on July 30th, you said by August 11th. And then on August 14th, you asked him for some clarification, which was after the deadline that you had given him. And I imagine you talked with Mr. Grossman, but it wasn't until over a month later, on September 25th, Mr. Grossman still hadn't heard back from you. So then he said, I'm going to file a complaint with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So it seems to me that there was a timeliness problem here, which is of concern to us, and, just not keeping on top of this. Would you say that that's a fair reading of this chronology?
Well, my recollection is that I actually did respond to Mr. Grossman's July 30th request, August the 1st or August the 2nd. I don't know the exact date right now, but it wasn't within a 24-hour period, and I would certainly say that I was not timely within the 24-hour period.
I don't know that I don't think it was an immediate disclosure request. So that wasn't the issue. The issue is you responded to him almost, shortly after the request was made. You said, I'll get back with you by August 11th. You waited till August 14th, and then you asked for clarification. But then a month or more, over a month passed, and Mr. Grossman hadn't heard back from you. And then he let you know that I haven't heard anything from you, so I'm going to file a complaint. So it looks like you got back to him shortly. You said, I need some time to get a response to you, and it didn't happen.
Right. Well, I remember going through various internal divisions in the department with the IT group in order to see if there was some way to fulfill Mr. Grossman's request. I don't remember the exact timeliness between, say, that August and September. And if that took, it shouldn't have taken 4 weeks, I would agree. But I don't actually remember why that would have happened.
All right, so I think it's important if you are having trouble coming up with information because this whole thing is under construction, that you let the person asking for...
I did let Mr. Grossman know that very early on, that because of the state of implementation, that I didn't know if we had documents that were responsive.
Okay, I think you didn't let him know for longer than 10 days. Member Rummold.
When is this supposed to go live?
We have a December 12th go or no-go review date that's coming up. We just had a meeting today about that.
Okay, so in my reading of Mr. Grossman's request, it sounds like he's asking for kind of mock-ups about what the public-facing version will ultimately look like.
Right.
And if you're supposed to go live on December 12th, you've got to have some type of idea or mock-up or something.
We are not going live on December 12th. December 12th is a date to decide whether we will be able to make a go-live date that is yet to be set.
Okay.
My own guess is that it'll be early in the new year, but I'm waiting for the IT people to tell us.
Okay, I mean, even if it is early in the new year, presumably there is some mock-up of what the public-facing version is.
If I had such a mock-up, it would be in Mr. Grossman's hands and would have been some time ago. I have asked for that specific input
and it does
multiple times, and to date, I have not yet been provided it. That's all I can say. I keep asking.
Member Wolf.
When was this program, this software originally slated to go live when it was first approved?
The original date was 3 years after the contract was signed, which I believe, as Mr. Grossman stated, was 2011. So I think we were looking toward sometime in 2014 to be able to have everything ready to go live.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, just to be clear, in terms of things that might already exist, the existing permit tracking system, there's no way to, the request is for data in the existing permit tracking system.
Correct. If you look at the existing permit tracking system, at least through the DBI interface, and you type in, for example, street trees, you will not see records. If you have a specific permit number or an address where you know the project actually might be large enough to have that development impact fee that requires street trees, then we could go to our records division and we could come up with the documents that would be responsive. But you would not find that online today.
Okay, so when you refer to going to the citizen access portal and looking to see if that data is accessible, that's the system that you're talking about right there, right?
That's the new system.
It's somewhere that data exists. It exists with the records department, or where did you?
No, the
You said you could go to
the development impact in the new system that's to be launched, the permit and project tracking system, the PPTS, as opposed to PTS, which is permit tracking as it is right now. Mm-hmm. You will have a tab that says impact fees. The city has multiple impact fees, from affordable housing to street trees to a great many other items. And different projects trigger different impacts. So you would be able to see, if you knew the address of a project, what impact would be applied. But the planning department
for a street tree.
That's correct. Okay. And the planning department makes that decision, as I understand it, in cooperation or conjunction with the Bureau of Urban Forestry at DPW. The building department has no jurisdiction, as you can easily imagine, since our jurisdiction is about structural safety for buildings. It doesn't really tie into those kind of data points. We don't enter any data on street trees, What we do have as a result of an ordinance is a fee collection unit that is required to collect impact fees. So, for example, if somebody chooses, instead of planting trees, to pay the in lieu fee, then a calculation is made by planning and urban forestry as to how much that project must pay for the trees that they are not actually planting. And then before DBI issues any final certificate of occupancy, we check to see that that has actually been fulfilled and those fees have been paid. If the fees have not been paid to cover that impact, then we do not issue the certificate.
What system do you use to determine whether the impact fee has been paid?
Well, it will be in the permit tracking system.
Where does it exist now?
Right now, it's a signature that comes through our plan review from DPW and urban forestry.
So DPW presumably and has this data.
Well, I assume DPW does have such data.
Okay.
But unfortunately, I don't have access to their database.
Right. And do you know enough about their database to know if you can filter impact fees that have been assessed by street tree or by the type of project?
I actually don't know that.
Okay, and have you ever told Mr. Grossman to go to DPW for that information?
I have not, but Mr. Grossman knows more about DPW and urban forestry than I will ever know.
Okay.
I think at some point he actually did. In an October 24th email was the first time that I saw a reference to DPW. Yeah. I'm seeing that in my memo. I referenced an October 24th email saying that this information continues to reside with DPW. My question only is, and was that the first reference to DPW?
Right, I'm seeing that as well.
Yeah, it may be. I don't recall but I would, knowing Mr. Grossman's expertise in street trees, I would not presume that he did not already know that.
Just to caution you, that's a tough presumption to make.
Well, at any rate, I think what I was trying to do was be responsive to say what documents I had to be responsive.
Correct.
And I did not have the documents that I thought were what Mr. Grossman was requesting, even after the subsequent clarification, because I was trying to make certain I understood exactly what he wanted in the way of these records.
Right, and this is just what this line of questioning is getting at now is your obligation in a sunshine request to provide information where, or to provide guidance as where that information might exist. You have an obligation to direct the requester to where he might be able to find that information. And
I believe I did provide that earlier, but
earlier than October 24th.
I believe so,
Okay.
but I'd have to check my records sometime.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions?
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Strawn, you now have 3 minutes to offer a rebuttal to anything you've heard or give us some further clarification.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Mr. Grossman.
The reason I described the evolution of this PPTS was to make the point that it is the tool that planning and DBI, mainly planning, will use to trigger this requirement. So if Mr. Chin from planning and I sat down and looked at the software as it then was in August, and he couldn't find anything that would suggest that either the legacy data from the existing PTS was going to be in there. He was sure it was, but we haven't any way to prove that. And there was absolutely no information about the data that's in these checklists. The checklist is in the complaint. I provided a copy, and it's planning gets a copy when the project applicant submits his application. They take the information from that, and put it in the database. Supposedly, maybe it's in the PTS now. I can't find it. Mr. Strawn says that only they can find it. Okay, but in PPTS, I should be able to find it. Mr. Chen couldn't find it, and certainly I can't. I want to read what I wrote Mr. Strawn in August. It's in the package. Although I'm well past in years having any understanding of electronic databases and how they function, the request focused on certain screens and the like that would reveal what the screens or views PTTS will show and make accessible to the public in the areas of our interest. Primarily, the building permit applications that implicate the planning code provisions dealing with street tree planting requirements and the information from the checklist for those applications, permit applications, as well as any follow-up monitoring. And our DPW's job doesn't start until that requirement is triggered. They are notified, there's a form attached to the checklist that goes to DPW. So what they do is they expect to see a permit application, and then they act on it. Once the permit is issued, a tree goes in, and that's when DBI finally has something to do in terms of its activities. The reason DBI is so involved in PPTS is because of all the permits. You know, there's zillions of projects. They want to streamline the process and everything else. So their big deal, the shtick that they're working on, is to make their lives a lot easier. It has nothing to do with checklists, and that's where they made their mistake.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members.
Well, since no one else is speaking up, I think it would be, this is a situation, it seems, where the dialogue between the parties is still ongoing to some extent, and it's I think that it would be easy to find that there was a delay in the response. And I think it may be easy as well to find that there was an inadequate explanation for why information was not supplied or where that information could be discovered. But I'm not sure that that's really going to serve the end goal here, which I think is a fairly uncontroversial end goal that is just sort of wrapped up in a technological shift that is ongoing.
So are you making a motion to find violation of what?
Well, I'm hesitant to make a motion and would appreciate the input of anybody else.
Member David?
I mean, it sounds to me like Mr. Strawn is, as Member Hepner said, it sounds like that the two parties are in dialogue. I guess I would ask Mr. Grossman, what would, in an ideal world, like, what are you looking for us? What would you be asking us to do tonight?
Well, the thing is, they've got this thing 99.8% complete. They've had 4 amendments to the contract. They spent $6.5 million on it. It started with $3 million. And they're still talking about it going live someday. But the real part of it, from our point of view, was how does it affect the enforcement of a key provision of the planning code? They're not interested in enforcing a provision in the planning code. And DPW's got its hands full with other stuff. Planning is done. They say, well, we input the information from the checklist, and after that, it's none of our business, right? Unless somebody makes a complaint and says it's not being enforced. So the critical mass here is all with PPTS, and that's what DBI is doing, is they are the ones that are running that show, and they don't have any interest in street trees. Take my word for it, as he said. That's all DPW's problem. you know? Or it's planning's problem. We just issue a certificate of occupancy. But they actually do have a role, and that is to make the data available to people like me who are interested in knowing why we have such an acute shortage of trees here. I mean, the city right now has an urban forest plan. It's in the works. I think the Planning Commission's already approved it. They want 100,000 more trees, and we're fighting over what should be in a system that everybody is going to use: DPW, DBI, planning, and the public.
So, Mr. Grossman, if I understand you correctly, what you were asking for was assurance that there would be some transparency in this new system that would reveal to people who were watching that more trees be planted and the city ordinances
Okay.
So you wanted to see that this component of this new system was going to be there, and so that's what you were asking for.
Well,
am I right?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Okay. My ignorance is because, as I tell people now, I started practicing law before there was an electric typewriter. So that should put me the scale, of knowledgeable versus dense. Okay. The thing is, Mr. Chin had no trouble spending 25, 30 minutes parsing through the version of the software that was already there, because planning is involved in it. And he could have printed out any of the screens that we asked him for,
He could or could not, I'm sorry.
Pardon?
What did you say? He could or could not print out any.
He could have.
He could have.
And the other thing that I tried to address, and this is where my lack of technical knowledge failed me, I'm sure there was a deliverable that described what was going to be accessible and the content, various pieces that would fall into the database. Mm-hmm. So I asked for that. And I got, I think, 1,800 PDF files with no listing of what was in them. Well, that was just impossible for me. So I went back to what I thought made sense. And as in the complaint, I attached all of the correspondence and everything else. First it was, well, it's active and we can't do it. And then it was, I forgot, it's all DPW's problem, and so forth. Neither of which is true, because somebody has to see that software now and determine whether it meets what was required under the contract and whether it wasn't. And they're the only ones who can do that. Anyway, I'd expected screens, to be honest.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't get any information to assure you that there was a way for members of the public to know the status of trees.
Yeah. The other thing I want to comment on, I've learned over the years it's better to try to work with the department to get what you want than to do the complaining business. We filed that July 30th. We filed it and we waited months. And then when I went back to it, Mr. Strawn's assistant said, well, we've closed our file on that. You'll have to submit another request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Members, do I have a...
Can I add something?
Yes, Member Fisher.
Mr. Grossman, you can see where you are. The first electric typewriter was invented in 1902 in Stamford, Connecticut, my home state.
Well,
we actually had to learn that.
Before the IBM became useful in law offices.
Because I doubt you're 112 years old. It's one of those little things we learned growing up in Connecticut.
I'm old, but not that old.
Okay.
Something happened here. Something needs to change. Anybody else got something? Something needs to be done.
Well, my thinking is that maybe the request is premature, and to the extent that data exists about the existing system, it's with the DPW.
I disagree. It looks like DBI is the department that's key for this new system. And DPW may have information that will be input into this new system, but the new system resides in DBI. So,
But has DBI established, or has anybody established that what is being sought, screen caps, screen grabs, wireframes of this new system exist actually? I'm not convinced they do. I feel like, it's possible, but is that enough to find a violation?
I think there's a violation of 6721B and C because of the timeliness and help in assisting the requester, even though the requester is extraordinarily savvy, but on principle, that should always be done. But yeah, I'm thinking there has to be something somewhere about the configuration of the interface with the public for this new system. Somewhere there has to be something about this, and that's what Mr. Grossman's asking. This thing is going to go live shortly. I mean, maybe not on the 12th, but soon. And so that stuff has to be there. And the data are at DPW, but the system is DBI's. So there must be information about what that's supposed to look like. If it didn't exist back then, it exists now. And I think if we find a violation, we can follow up on this. I don't think we need to crack heads or anything like that, certainly. But I think if we can help here, because you know what, as somebody who wants to see a lot of trees in this city, I want to make sure that this is watchdogged.
Yeah, I would just say that I agree with you for both the timeliness and for the assistance as well. Mm-hmm. And I just think it's a little bit too up in the air on when this is actually going to be implemented, when the new system will be implemented. I know it's hard for you to say exactly when, but to provide some kind of a reasonable timeline, I think would be helpful, because I'm sure this is not the only request you'll get from Mr. Grossman. I'm sure you'll get others as well. So I think that would help also going forward.
And I think there is information somewhere. There's a mock-up of what this is going to look like. I don't know about all of you, but I've been to DPW's website and looked for things, and I know what the screens look like, and it would be nice to have more information there. And somebody's working on that interface and all the different screens that the public will see.
I have an alternate suggestion that we continue this to either date certain or call of the chair. I think that I tend to agree with what Member Hepner has kind of summarized, that like the violations that are there are like they're there, but it doesn't get to the nut of what Mr. Grossman's trying to get at. And so if the point of finding a violation is just to be able to continue the case and keep track of it, why not just continue it to a date certain or call of the chair, and let's get updates from Mr. Strawn 30 days from now or a month or 2 months from now or something like that.
Well, couldn't we have, there have been violations, and they're not the timeliness and failure to assist. Okay, so could we go ahead and find those and then bring it back? We're not going to, we're not going to send this to ethics or anything like that. We want to find out what's going on with the system. I think it's exciting. It sure is expensive, and it ought to work. And we ought to know about our trees from the get-go with this thing.
Well, I'm fine with the timeliness one. I think I think it's unclear as to whether Mr. Strawn advised Mr. Grossman to talk to DPW. I think DPW. I'm sorry, I'm starting to get my ABCs all screwed up. that's fine as if that's the way you want to proceed. But I think Mr. Strawn made it sound like that he didn't feel like he needed to tell Mr. Grossman, but I think that there was somewhere in the packet that said that he actually did advise Mr. Grossman to go to.
It was quite a bit later, though.
Right, which so that's what I'm
Months
saying,
later.
the timeliness.
Yeah.
I'm fine
Okay.
with it. Just, yeah.
All right, do I hear a motion? Somebody? Member Chopra?
Well, I would say the motion for both of those. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's certainly the timeliness, and then I would say the assistance as well.
So 6721B and 67.21C. Okay, do I have a second?
I would ask the question to be split.
That's fine.
Is that fine?
Sure, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right, so do we have a second for 67.21B? Timeliness?
I'll second that.
Okay.
So we've got 21B.
And then a separate motion, 67.21C. Do we have a second for that motion? Assisting the requester.
Yeah,
The
I'll
first on
second that.
All right.
Who made the first? Who made that motion?
Member Chopra made both of them. So we have, they've been made, the motions have been made and seconded. Public, would you read the motions and then we'll?
We have two motions. The first one is to find violations of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21B regarding timely response to the request for public records. And the second one is regarding Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21C regarding informing the requester or providing assistance to the requester to find the correct location to request the documents, or providing assistance to the requester.
All right, is there any public comment on the motions before us? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Young, would you?
Wait, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So what I'm wondering is that if we find either one of these a violation, does it tie our hands that we're only then going to address the violation and not the underlying records? So, right, if we find a timeliness and we say you have to respond in a timely manner, like it almost feels like it serves our purpose better to continue it if we want to get the underlying information for the case. If we find a violation of timeliness and DBI says, here's what we're doing to respond to questions in a timely manner.
Well, no, I think we can do, it's like the earlier case. So we can say that we found these violations, but it's unclear whether information was withheld.
Okay, I'm just...
I mean, it's...
The matter is not closed, and additional violations can be found, and additional instructions can be given to the department.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
On the motion to find violations of 67.21B regarding timeliness, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chopra.
Aye.
Chopra, aye. Member Hefner.
Aye.
Hefner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. On the second motion regarding 67.21C, providing assistance, Member Rummold.
No.
Rummold, no. Member Wolf.
Pass.
Wolf. Member Chopra.
Aye.
Chopra, aye. Member Hefner.
Aye.
Hefner, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. That motion fails.
All right.
May I suggest, do you want to continue this to call the chair, refer this to committee to follow up on that additional question
I think let's refer this to compliance and amendments.
This item will be referred to compliance amendments, and are there specific instructions that you wish to provide?
Yes, I would like to strongly advise DBI to produce anything that is directly responsive to Mr. Grossman's request regarding this interface.
May I summarize and say to produce a screenshot of the proposed interface?
Or work with Mr. Grossman to pinpoint those things. I think we know what he's getting at. I just don't know how to ask for it because I don't know enough about it. I mean, I know as a user what I would want to see. I'd want to check to see that there are going to be trees in front of all those high rises, or if there are not going to be any trees, that maybe I get another one in front of my house, or I don't know.
You can have the one in front of my house that is tearing up my sidewalk.
I need a new one because mine isn't doing very well.
You can take mine. So I've got $11,000 worth of damage to my sidewalk.
Oh, no.
So we will be referring this matter to Compliance and Amendments Committee, and we are going to request, ask Ms. Grossman to provide a specific list of, I believe he's looking for samples of what the reports will look like, or sort of screenshots of the proposed documents.
Yeah, more talk with him about how to talk about these things.
Yes.
Okay.
But very specific samples. Thank you. I have the instructions.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is items 7 and 8. I believe that those items are related regarding the same documents. I would like to read them together if there's no objection.
They're actually not the same documents.
They're not regarding the same document.
No.
Are they related at all? May I call them at the same time?
I don't believe they should be read together.
Excuse me, Will. Thank you.
Is it the same person? Is there anything?
Maybe we can
something
ask both parties what they think about combining the items or
Okay.
hearing them at the same time.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to hear from the complainant, Mr. Germain. What do you think about combining these items? Does that make any sense at all to you?
I will try to be as quick as possible, but these are different sets of documents from wildly different time periods, so I don't think, and they have different stories behind them, so I don't think that they should be combined.
All right. And I believe I heard HSA think that they weren't the same either.
Yeah, whatever's most expedient for the task force.
Okay, all right. So why don't we call them separately?
Yes. Item number 7, file number 14035, complaint filed by Jonathan Germain and Alka Joshi against Trent Rohrer and David Curto, Human Services Agency, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21, 67.25, and 67.34 for failure to adequately respond to a request for public records in a timely manner.
Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, without objection. At this time, Mr. Germain, you have 5 minutes to explain the case to us.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Sunshine Task Force. I'd like to thank you for listening to this case and especially for staying here so late. I realize it is almost 8 p.m., so I will do my best to be clear, concise, quick, and direct. I'm here today to talk about the Human Services Agencies, and in particular David Curto's failure to provide documents regarding an informal bid for architectural services to be performed by a private party, Tom Elliott Fish Architects. In background, the HSA has a project at 2111 Jennings Street. They need architectural services for it. When the city wants to buy architectural services, they're required to complete an RFP and a formal bidding process if the amount to be spent is over $29,000. Between January of 2012 and July of 2013, David Curto solicited an informal bid from Tom Elliott Fish Architects for this project in the amount of about $173,000. We requested information we submitted 2 sunshine requests, one in January of 2014, one in February of 2014, that requested this information. In both cases, the HSA said that they did not have this information, that it did not exist. It is only when we made another sunshine request, February 20th of 2014, saying that we knew that this specific information that existed, that a arrangement had been made with this specific architect, only then the HSA gave us the documents. So we're asking you to find that the HSA violated Section 6721 and 6725 by not providing the documents in response to the January and February 5th, 2014 sunshine requests. For clarification, I am not a party to any lawsuit against the city, so that's not an issue here. I simply want the documents I simply want to get documents that we're legally entitled to in a timely manner. Because of the nature of these documents, because they speak to and informal request for an informal bidding process that is quite questionable. We believe that the failure to provide these documents in January and the beginning of February was willful. So we're asking specifically for a finding of willful violation of 6721 and 6725. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent.
Got it.
I'm Diana Christensen for the Human Services Agency. I want to go over the timeline of the requests that we received. The first one was by Mr. Germain on the 9th of January 2014, and in it he asked for, quote, in amongst several other items, all documents regarding hiring a person or firm to create plans for this project. We didn't have documents regarding hiring a person or a firm because we didn't hire a person or a firm or have a process to hire a person or a firm. So we told him as a result that we had no documents related to that request. We got our next request from Ms. Joshi. That was on February 5th, 2014, and she asked for all public records evidencing any communication with any third party. Pretty broad. She asked also in that same request, there are 6 items, and I'm only giving you the 2 that are related to this. All public records related to the homeless shelter development process, including but not limited to the following: asset management, closeout, construction, draw processing, loan approval and closing, NOFA, RFP, RFQ, project design, pre-construction, regulatory requirements and procurement, and underwriting guidelines in place since 2011 to the present. That did not cause us to think, oh, we've got a document that might be responsive to that one. It was more vague than what we next got, which was a specific request by Mr. Eisenberg that said he asked for a request for all public records related to the development of architect plans. Very clear. February 18th, 2014. We then sent those documents out, the architect information. Mr. Curto went back to his archives and found documents that were responsive from exactly 2 years earlier. You know, I can say that 2 years earlier, we had, during that time period, we had we were using Lotus Notes for our email system. Not a great program to make searches with. You have to think about, I did X, Y, or Z, but he would have had to have thought about that from 2 years earlier. When we got the February request from Mr. Eisenberg, Mr. Curto went, I think I've got something from much earlier, and went and found those documents and gave them.
Thank you. Is there anyone to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Mr. Curto.
I guess since I'm the respondent, this would be appropriate for me to speak. The information, first of all, there was never any informal bid for architect services. We simply haven't gotten to that point in the project yet. When we were putting together the grant application to the state in August of 2011, we had about 10 days to put together an estimate to apply for the state funds to build this shelter. At that time, we were working with an architect, Tom Elliott Fish, on another shelter at another location. So I asked Mr. Doug Tom of the firm if he would mind taking a look at this and giving me a quick estimate of what it would take for the design work. He did that. He provided me a number verbally that went into our application to the state, and we provided that application with that estimate upon our first request. What I failed to recollect is he did follow up and sent me an email that in the architects that says, here's a proposal for this that backed up that estimate. He did this pro bono without any compensation, without any expectation of getting to work. He knows from our prior dealings that when we got to that point in the project, we would either have the Department of Public Works do it, or if we outsourced it, we'd have to put out a procurement for the design services. So this I disclosed to Mr. Eisenberg prior to his lawsuit, because we used to have evening telephone chats, and they were actually quite illuminating. As I said, this opposition group is very well structured, and they have buried us in requests. I mean, they're very serious about opposing the shelter, and I respect their position. So when I told Mr. Eisenberg how I developed the estimate that went into the state, that ultimately the state granted us the application, that's where Tom Elliott Fish came in. So there was no design service contract. There was simply a pro bono estimate of what the design services might cost us that we included in the estimate to the state. So in searching through my emails with Lotus Notes, and as Ms. Christensen said, it has a very poor search engine. When I'm looking for documents, I put in Jennings Street or I put in Bayview Shelters and see what comes up. So after my conversation with Mr. Eisenberg, now comes the request for those specific ones, and I go, wait, I may have an email. So I again used my search engine, didn't find it, but I went through personally 68,000 emails I scrolled through to find this email from Mr. Tom Elliott Fish. And that's where we came up with the document. So that's really all there was to it. So yes, we produced it. No, the allegations that it was an illegal procurement. There was no procurement. There was no offer. There's been no contract. There's been no compensation. We simply aren't to that point in this project even today.
All right, the matters with the task force. I just had to say, you said that's all there is to it after you explained you went through 68,000 emails.
I have a couple of clarifying questions.
Okay, Member David.
So on the complaint, it talks about January 9th and February 5th. And then Ms. Christensen referred to January 9th, February 5th, and February 18th. So just would like to get some clarification around that. And then the complainant doesn't, Mr. Eisenberg is not one of the complainants on this case, but he's been referred to a couple of times. So I'm just trying to basically, just like I said, just clarify.
I think he's tangential.
Okay. But I'm just,
It wasn't until we got Mr. Eisenberg's request in its specificity that we realized, oh, we've got to go back and pull up the documents from years earlier.
okay, so
Because
it was
he
Mr.
specifically asked for architectural information, any information related to architect,
Okay.
which gave us the specificity that we needed to go, oh, we need to go back 2 years to pick up these documents.
So it was Mr. Eisenberg's request on the 18th that helped you fulfilled the sunshine request on the 9th and the 5th. Is that basically what your January 9th and
Well, it
February
helped
5th?
us to identify that there in fact are these documents.
Okay.
But we didn't recognize them when we got the other ones. They're a bit vaguer and not as clear cut in terms of.
Okay, Member Rummel, or Member Wolf, and then Member Rummold.
Have you all gone back and isolated all the documents related to this project yet? Because it seems quite clear that they are going, and they are, interested in obtaining everything related to this project that is not privileged or exempt.
I think we have. There's been 65 or so requests about this project.
Right.
We've scoured everything we have, yeah. But again, I mean, when you're reading the request, you're trying to be responsive to what they're asking for and not what they're not asking for. So it is a little difficult. But I mean, I know in my case, at Ms. Christensen's urging, she goes, please go back and look again. Please go back and look again. So I came in on a Saturday and started scrolling through the emails. It was the only way I could be sure.
And what about going
We
forward?
at this point have built a database specifically for the Jennings Street documents so that we can know what we've given and what we haven't. We're also testing a process where individuals that create documents can submit them in advance of any request so that we can have a repository. We're not as confident in that as the database of documents from the past so that we can at this point pull up anything we've given at any point, any particular document, any particular request, and trace it all back. But it's taken some extraordinary organization for our agency.
I would imagine that it might save, I mean, it sounds like you all are already working on it, but it might save you some time going forward to just have a system that isolates everything related to this project. And
We have gone round and round about how to do it and how to make it work, and we've built some tools with IT.
Member Wolf.
So, Ms. Christensen, there's something that bothers me a little bit here in that you described how there was this request, and the request was too broad, and it wasn't until the other gentleman's request around, you used a term that's already gone in one ear and out the other, but to specifically looking at development contracts or something, do you remember the word that you used that?
I can tell you what the requests were. Is that what you're talking about?
Your colleague said preparation drawings. We can use that as a filler. That's fine.
Project design, pre-construction, regulatory requirements, and procurement.
Right. My concern is that when the request was more vague, technically speaking, that meant that there were more documents that you needed to turn over. And when they made the request more specific, the same field of documents they were requesting would have still been included in that set, and now it's less. And so it concerns me a little that suddenly there was new documents that were realized needed to be brought to the attention when the request got more specific as opposed to more general.
Sure. The field, though, is huge. And we, in response to Ms. Joshi's request, we went and got several hundred or hundreds of documents. I think somewhere, I believe we counted them as like 400 documents for that request. But part of what we're doing is we're relying on the memories of the people that have been involved in this. If you have an email system with a really lousy search engine, you don't necessarily get everything with your broad kind of searches, and so it does end up, you do end up relying on the people. And what I bring up the Mr. Eisenberg's response because of the timing and the close proximity to one another. His request came in February, and we produced those documents at that point because the minute we realized that, we've got these things. It's not like we were trying to hide them, and I think that the timing shows that.
I think honestly, too, we produced the estimate that we turned into the state in the application that listed all the specific tasks. That architect estimate was in there. So, at least in my mind, I said, gee, we've given him the estimate. That is the only estimate of the project that we have at this point in time. So,
I just had a question.
Member Chopra.
Thank you. So this question is for the respondent. So going back to the second document or the proposal you received from the architect, so just to clarify, so you interpreted that document as not falling into the category of what the request you received from Ms. Joshi and from Mr. Germain, is that correct?
To be quite honestly, my conversations with the architect were verbal. I got the number from him verbal. I forgot that he'd sent a follow-up email, to tell you the truth. I put in the number in my estimate, and he sent up a follow-up, as any good businessman was, that here's the proposal to perform this work should you be ready to go forward. But he knows, and there were subsequent emails with him that says we're not at that point yet and we have to do a procurement.
So that's the only number that you didn't produce because of that interpretation, but to your knowledge you produced everything else that was asked for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out that document was created 2 years earlier and put into an archive. So when we're asked for it 2 years later, we didn't think about it. And that's basically it.
Okay, so I just had a question for the complainant, with Mr. Germain. So can you just clarify then which exact document or number you're referring to then based on what they just said?
So if you look at, so the respondent said that there was just a verbal conversation where a number was produced and then a follow-up email. But if you look at starting on page 29 of the evidence packet, there is a detailed proposal along with a list of items to be completed, spreadsheets, calculations, exactly how much it will cost, so on and so forth, totaling $173,000. So a full bid was produced here. That is the primary document that was not provided in response to the January and February 5th sunshine requests. And that is what we believe is a willful violation of sections 67.21 and 67.25. Starting with page 28 of the document packet that you have.
Thank you.
283, okay.
Yeah. The heading there is Tom Elliott Fish. It is on their stationery. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
She's also a complainant.
Okay.
Sure.
Are you Ms. Joshi?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to say that Mr. Curto is making it sound as if this were some kind of an informal request, give us a sort of ballpark figure. But as Mr. Germain has pointed out, it's a very specific bid that has been put together. Additionally, it has all of the requirements at the end that you would put in a lawful bid on behalf of Tom Elliott Fish. And subsequent to that, there's an email that's included to Mr. Curto from Mr. Fish asking, hey, is there any update on that project? What's going on with that? So it leads us to believe that this was a promised project, that this was a project that actually was taking place. If you read all of the subsequent emails, that's where you end up.
In addition, HSA claims that these documents were 2 years old at the time the Sunshine request was made. The first document is 2 years old, but there's continuing correspondence up through July of 2013. So the most recent documents, they were only 6 months old. It's difficult to believe that the Director of Contracts of the HSA does not know when he has something like this going on, and the latest correspondence happened just 6 months ago.
Yes, Mr. Curto, I have, in looking through these emails, I'm looking at one March 6, 2012, and you're responding to Doug, and you're saying you're negotiating with the building owner who threw in a couple of last-minute curveballs. I don't see any issues with your proposal. I'm just waiting to get site control. So what are you referring to there?
Well, like anybody who submits, and in this case, it was an unpublished, unsolicited proposal. When he gave us the proposal for the $172,000, they follow up every couple of months, say, hey, what's going on with the project? Has there been any progress? The same way the state's following up. This project was anticipated to be fully built and operational basically by June of about 2012. We're still sitting here today in square one because of, number one, opposition, because of a lot of factors. So yeah, he checks in with me on a lot of projects. I mean, most architects do that we deal with and go, hey, what's going on with these projects? What's the progress? They're just trying to plan out future work. But there was no promise of any work, and Mr. Doug Tom would be the first one to tell you he was never promised the work, because in this case, we have to make the decision to make or buy. So either DPW would perform the architectural work, which we now have their estimate, which is probably 6 times that of outsourcing it to someone like Tom Elliott Fish, or we would outsource it. And when we outsource it, we follow the procurement policies. And I have been doing procurement for the city for 17 years. I'm well aware of the procurement policy. But when we're putting together quick estimates, we rely on known contractors to give us a guess at what it is. I mean, it's just getting a second opinion of what the cost is. Now, the fact that he followed up with a proposal is actually smart business on his part, but there's no guarantee of work there. And there's been no guarantee or no promise of any work to him. It's only when the project gets to that point we'll deal with those procurement issues.
Yeah, he's checking in with you very frequently. And
I probably, I receive over 200 emails a day, and I probably get 10 of them a week from contractors we've used in the past saying, hey, is there any business out there? What's going on? Mm-hmm. It's just part of networking to stay in touch. And every procurement officer in the city probably gets similar requests.
Okay, thank you.
I think it transcends.
Member Hepner, I'm saying this for the recording.
Oh, thank you. On some level, it transcends just him being a good businessman and keeping in touch when you're responding with sort of, leading him in the direction. And it's, if were it not for your responses to his emails, I'd be more inclined to believe that this is just good networking on his part. But, I don't see any issues with the proposal. I'm just waiting to get control. I'm negotiating with the building owner who threw in a couple last-minute curveballs. I mean, this seems to me to be ongoing negotiations, and you're, in fact, drawing this in. And, my further thinking is that when I look at the specific request, the January 9th request, item number 3, all documents regarding hiring a person or firm to create plans for this project. You may not, I understand that you may not have made a promise to hire this individual, or you've not entered into a contractual relationship with this individual to procure his services or Tom Elliott Fish's services. But that seems to me to that request would tick this off if I had been engaging in ongoing dialogue with somebody who was precisely a firm to create plans for the project, I mean, it seems to me to fall squarely under that request. And then when you follow the next request, I just think the broader the requests get, you can tell what they're getting at,
If I were sitting in your shoes, I might draw the same conclusion. But when you take an email, a short comment, and you take it out of context, along with an allegation, it's easy to jump to conclusions.
I understand.
I have telephone conversations with various architects, probably a half a dozen we deal with. They're all competing for business. So when he's asking me for an update, I said, basically what I'm inferring by that email is we aren't at that point yet where we're going to pick the design work. Yes, he asked if there are any questions about the proposal he submitted. It's just a number at that point. It's a placeholder for part of a project that has to go through a procurement process.
Right.
So, I totally understand it, reading these things, without the verbal context that goes into these could lead to that conclusion. I read it the same way, and I'm going,
But
yeah, I can see how somebody would get to that conclusion.
Oh, yeah. Because even up through, 5 months before the request comes in, you're talking to an individual who has submitted a proposal, whether requested or not, to create plans for the project with itemized, line items, how much it's going to cost.
Yeah, I didn't ask you to provide the itemized line items. I just asked for a bulk number.
I understand. But until July 2013, you're still telling this individual.
Yeah. Project's not ready to go yet.
Right.
Hang in there. You may get an opportunity.
Okay.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then at this time, the respondents, you have 3 minutes to provide a rebuttal or any further comments for us.
I want to go back to the actual requests by Mr. Germain and Ms. Joshi, and I want to point out again that they were somewhat vague and not specific, and that they were made in January, and at the point that there was a specific request made for architectural plans, we went and found them because it clarified in our minds, we have documents that are specifically architectural plans. So there's a 2-month period, January to February, we provided the documents. Your role, I think, is to figure out whether or not we fulfilled the sunshine obligations. We believe that we did fulfill them. It's not about whether or not there is a contract problem or a violation of contract laws. That's not this body. This body is to say, did we go in and is that the motive for hiding something? We gave them the documents. And we gave them in pretty short order when we go, architectural documents. So I just want to remind you there's a timeline here, and there's nuances in the requests themselves that are very important in terms of why it was we didn't respond immediately with those documents and why we did when we got the architecture. It was very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Germain, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. So at the beginning of this discussion, the HSA told you that this was just a verbal conversation. They asked for a ballpark number. It turns out that there's an 8-page proposal with line items, each item that's supposed to be completed, the cost, Excel spreadsheets, headings like tasks, hours, and so on and so forth, a full and detailed bid. Now, with regard to the language in the January Sunshine request, we asked for all documents regarding hiring a person or firm to create plans for this project. Although HSA never executed a contract, this bid certainly regards hiring somebody to create plans for this project. The February 5th Sunshine request asks for all public records evidencing communication with any third parties, and then has a more specific request for things to do with project design and pre-construction. So they had these documents. They did not provide them in response to the January and February 5th Sunshine requests. Those are clear violations of 6721 and 6725. Given that the Director of Contracts, David Curto, was in communication with Tom Elliott Fish as recently as 6 months before the Sunshine requests were made, and given that he is the head of contracts for the department, it's difficult to believe that he simply forgot about it or had no idea that he had solicited this proposal. That's why we're asking for this to be considered a willful violation rather than a non-willful violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the matter is with the task force. Member Wolf?
It seems like if the only violation that I could possibly really see is around that there could have definitely been more done around taking the original request that the complainant issued and trying to identify what they were really looking for, because they were able to identify something else when a new request came to light that brought that information. And so that does seem to be, I don't have my computer's dead, so I don't have the number in front of me. It's
67.21C.
Yes, thank you.
Member Hebner.
I actually think that the first series of requests is more narrow than the second. Otherwise, I'd agree. I don't think that it got narrower over time. I think it got broader over time, and then they discovered a responsive record through another means, and then that's how the record was identified. It may very well be an innocent mistake on behalf of HSA. I think it looks really bad. It's highly suspect when somebody discovers a responsive record separately and then says, oh, wait, we totally asked for this. That doesn't look good for HSA. And it definitely doesn't look good under, competitive bidding practices to, I hope that's not what this raises, but I think that there was a failure to provide the record in a timely manner, at the least.
So you're looking at 67.21B.
I mean, look, to me, it's clearly responsive to the January 9th request, and it was not produced within the time to respond.
So do I hear a motion to find violation of 67.21B and C?
I think 67.21B would be enough, but I would open it to discussion as well. This would not be the first motion I've made tonight, and I'm starting to feel a little bit out on a ledge.
Member David, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just say I don't see any violations here at all. I think that this is one of these situations where I feel like that HSA is getting inundated with requests to try to stall a project, and I think HSA is doing their best to try to respond in a responsible manner. And, I think that in some ways, some of the requests I think maybe are purposely vague to be able to bring forward sunshine complaints. And I can tell you that in my work in Noe Valley on public projects, that is not uncommon to get unsolicited bids from different architects and just groups that you've worked with in the past, just saying that, like, hey, I know you're working on this project. Here's our cost estimate if you're interested at some point in the future. So I didn't find that to be as much of a smoking gun as maybe Member Hepner is, although I understand why he's saying it that way. But I think HSA should be I think they're bending over backwards to try to get these documents to the requests in as timely a fashion as possible. That's my take.
And to be fair, I totally understand that, and I do respect that HSA is dealing with what, it makes me think of distributed denial of service attacks online, where you're just being so, it's that it prevents you from doing other work to an extent. So I understand that there's potentially that side of it. I don't think that a timeliness violation is that severe, and if anything, it preserves the record. I think that this was a document that was clearly responsive to number 3 in the initial request, and it was, if not intentionally withheld, mistakenly withheld, and could have been forever withheld had it not been for the diligence of the complainant on this report, on this topic, on this document.
But right, just to be clear, right, it wasn't actually the complainant on this it was Mr. Eisenberg's, right, request that brought this document forward.
But Mr. Germain wanted this document in the first place.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yep.
And he sort of asked for it, and it wasn't with as much specificity as Mr. Eisenberg's, but it was in plain language, kind of clear what he was asking for. Wasn't a very powerful search term, though.
Well, I'll make the motion, and if it gets seconded and voted on, we'll see how it goes. I'll make the motion for 67.21B, a failure to respond timely to a public records request.
I'll second that.
All right. Is there any public comment on the motion? I don't know. You're a party to the complaint. Mr. Eisenberg can be a member of the public for this one.
And the other guy? The guy over there. That house right, stage left, way over there.
I don't have a copy of the email in my possession, but I do know that there was an email from David Curto to the state of California advising that they'd selected architects for the project. And and for me, it's impossible to believe that Mr. Curto, having ongoing emails over a period of 1.5 years with Tom Elliott Fish, could in January of 2014 forget that it had any interaction with them.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, Mr. Young, would you...
on the motion, find violation of 67.21B regarding timeliness. Member Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chopra.
Aye.
Chopra, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion fails.
All right. So this matter is now closed. And Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 8, file number 14070, complaint filed by Jonathan Germain against David Curto and Trent Orr, Human Services Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21, 67.25, 67.29-7, and 67.34 for failure to adequately respond to requests for public records in a timely manner.
Okay. First, we have to find jurisdiction. Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
Public comment on the motion? Seeing none, without objection. All right, Mr. Jermaine, you have 5 minutes to bring us up to speed on this.
Okay. In respect for your time, I will try to keep this short. The general theme here is similar to the one in the previous case, where I made several sunshine requests for information. The information was not provided. I discovered via some other method that the information existed, and only when I discovered via a secondary method that the information existed was it provided. Specifically, a sunshine request on May 17th of 2014. The HSA responded May 28th, but left the documents out. Sunshine request June 24th. HSA responds July 3rd, leave the documents out. I get the documents via secondary source and email HSA saying, hey, I found this somewhere else. Can you please check and make sure that you have provided all the documents? I follow up July 9th. Then July 11th, they say that they don't have any documents. I follow up again July 13th. They still say they don't have them. I go ahead with the sunshine request. The response from the respondent was that a migration between email systems caused the documents to be lost. That's why the documents that they had emailed to others didn't come up in their system. Addressing the respondent's claim that the documents were lost when they migrated email systems, there's an email from the respondent saying that their email migration process began on June 21st. The first of these sunshine requests is May 17th. Their response to the sunshine request is May 28th. If they began the email migration on June 21st, how were the documents lost by May 28th? So I believe that by not providing these documents, in particular in response to the May 17th sunshine request, which is before the email migration took place, they failed to adhere to Section 6721 and 6725.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent, you have 5 minutes to present your case.
I believe this is the email that I spoke about earlier, kind of out of context, the email that I initiated to DPW to set up a meeting that I could not produce, and I still cannot produce the original of that email. So I think in my written response to the task force, I said, I can't produce something I don't have. Yes, I acknowledge I wrote the email. I sent it to DPW. DPW produced that email. The respondent got the email about the meeting. I don't know what else I can do. I've still not been able to come up with that email, although I acknowledged I wrote it. I don't know what else there is I can say about that email. We went through a migration process, changing over, that took several weeks, and we did it, a little bit. We have 2,000 employees, so they did it a pocket of people at a time. So, we're still struggling with that migration of recovering the data from the old email system. So it's not that I'm trying to withhold a document. I simply can't produce something I no longer have. But the city, being DPW, produced the document. And I've acknowledged, yes, I wrote the document. I sent the document. I cannot come up with a copy. So I think there's a test of reasonableness when you have an email going around to several people that each of the recipients has to come up with that document. The document doesn't change when it goes from people to people, and the respondent got the document. So that's really all there is to say about that one.
Well, I can say, have you seen the document that we're talking about? I'm not sure what page in your book it is, but in mine, it's a very short email. The first one asking about a meeting with Mr. Curto, and then a short 2-line response to it. We're not talking about a substantive document here. We're talking about a very short email. And it's in all of the documents, in the thousands of pages that we've given, it's the one that we can not produce. And this complainant knows that when, after they've pointed out, oh, we think you have other documents, or when we have come across other documents, we've volunteered them and willingly shown them. We've just not been able to do that with this one.
Member Hepner.
Just a few follow-up questions. And to the complainant's point that this email should have been accessible on May 28th prior to the migration of email systems. How would you respond to that?
We've been having difficulty with Lotus Notes for 3 years in losing documents and email threads. That's one of the reasons why we had to change over.
Lotus Notes is the previous system.
Microsoft Office 365 is the new one. I got to say the search engine is better. It's not significantly better. So, we've been having, the whole reason we had to get out of Lotus Notes, and we stayed on it longer than most city departments because some of our state welfare-related programs were based on it. Mm-hmm. So we were the last city department to migrate over. And to tell you the truth, our IT department wasn't maintaining the Lotus Notes database very well. So we had all sorts of problems with Lotus Notes. It's not just this particular incident. So the timing of it, if I went back on a certain date, you'd think I'd be able to get something within a week or 2 weeks. Sometimes those just disappear, and they're not in. They don't go to archives. They don't go to the sent box. They don't go to the drafts.
Right. Okay.
They're just gone.
So while that's shocking to me, and
They went back to the 1990s, which is when Lotus Notes pretty much ended everywhere else. But okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So I don't know much about Lotus Notes.
It's pretty outdated software.
I used to write code for Lotus back in Cambridge. So
yeah.
Because this email dates back to just a couple weeks before his request, and it seems like it would be accessible, but apparently the system is that bad. So following up on that,
I'd have no reason to withhold it.
Well,
it was not a substance document.
I don't want to make any determination on the importance or lack of importance of any single document. The fact of a meeting can be very important depending on what we're talking about. So my follow-up question then is, if you cannot find this one email and your previous system is so unreliable, how can you be confident that there are no other emails that exist that would be responsive to his request?
I don't think we can. That's why I went to the effort of scrolling through 68,000 emails just to make sure that there wasn't something we missed.
Right.
I don't know what more of a reasonable effort you can expect somebody to do.
I understand the effort is there, but we're still in a situation where you cannot be confident that all documents have been produced because documents may have been corrupted or lost.
That is correct. I think that's a fair statement. We don't know what we can't come up with.
Okay.
Member Wolf had a question.
It seems like many of the cases we've heard tonight, particularly the ones with your department, have a sort of IT breakdown component as sort of the area that things didn't come together properly.
Yeah.
And it sounds like, based on what you just said, that it's not a city IT department, it's actually your department's IT team.
Sure.
And I'm curious, given the fact that at least 2 of these cases had a strong IT component, why you were not able to bring someone from the IT department to address these IT issues, and instead we're hearing your sort of depiction of how it happened. And none of us are IT experts, and I think everyone on this side just sort of comes to the conclusion that in 2014 we should have working email by now, and that's sort of the end of our mindset. But I'm curious why this isn't more readily, why this wasn't solved years ago, and why you don't have someone to speak to this in detail.
Historically, the Department of Social Services have been about providing public benefits to low-income people. We've always put our own needs last, And yes, we did get our IT department. They went through my computer twice to try and recover stuff. They couldn't come up with an answer with it, too. Lotus Notes was no longer being supported by the city, Central Department of Technology, so it was up to our department and our couple of old servers to keep the system going. It's been that way for about the last 4 years. And as I said, we were the last ones to migrate over because we had other state welfare information systems that relied on the Lotus Notes platform to access them. So that's why we got there. So, I mean, our IT folks, you know, when they said, hey, we're going to a new Microsoft product and Central DT is taking it over, we don't have to maintain these old servers anymore. So they didn't. So, I mean, I had several of our IT people try and go through my computer, and they said, hey, some of the data is corrupted. We may never get it.
Great. Thanks for the explanation. I'm still surprised at how not tech-centric our city is for where we're located.
Yes.
And why we don't have free Wi-Fi everywhere. When's that going to happen?
Well, that just can't. That's because well, never mind.
Yeah.
Big companies don't want to be cannibalized.
I know. I have a question about the IDR, the immediate disclosure request, and this is from Mr. Curto. The complainant made his initial request on May 17th, and then on June 24th, he renewed the request in the form of an IDR email to you on June 24th. And I'm just wondering when, and then so I'm just wondering if you responded right away to that, or how you responded.
I had a couple of email responses directly to Mr. Germain about this. You know, again, we're getting 3 or 4 of these requests coming in a week from this particular citizen group. So they all say, okay, have we already provided that? Is this something new? You know, again, Ms. Christensen talked about our ability or inability to initially inventory all the documents we provided to see if these were duplicate requests, if it's something we already provided, or if it's something that perhaps was overlooked.
Right, I guess the issue is...
Can I clarify? There was no immediate disclosure on that particular one on June 24th.
It's on 7/13.
It was when?
7/13.
Oh, okay.
And we've met our immediate disclosures on any that we've been asked for. We're on top of this.
Okay, so you give some sort of response within
Absolutely.
24 hours. Okay. Maybe just even asking for an extension.
Right. It may be an extension, but it is a response.
Okay.
We understand our responsibility, our department's responsibility, and if it weren't this late, I would find the document for you. I've got it here.
Okay, no problem. Any other questions? Okay, at this time, the HSA has 3 minutes to offer a rebuttal. All right. Mr. Germain, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I will, in respect for the task force's time, I will be as quick as possible. This case is not really about that one email. There are half a dozen others that came from different sources that we've still not been able to get HSA to produce, and we won't know whether HSA is producing everything until they produce those things that we already know exist at minimum. So this is about getting the rest of the documents that we don't know about. The one email is just a sample, just an example showing that there is an issue there, and attaching a date to it and attaching specific information to it. I want to address the claim that we are bombarding them with sunshine requests. Typically, I make a sunshine request per month to David Curto, and follow-ups are only if there's something that is not clear. So that's not bombarding when you have 2 staff members whose full-time job is to handle sunshine requests. I also want to remind the task force that Section 6729-7 requires city agencies to maintain and preserve records, not limited to emails, drafts, memorandums, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter's now with the task force. Member Wolf?
I think if we're to take what they're saying at face value, the violation that the complainant just brought up is potentially a sensible one to make a motion of, on the grounds not that they've failed to maintain the records, but they've failed to keep computer systems in place to maintain those records be accessible, and they've discussed how there's records that are missing. And while this seems like it was a problem of prioritizing which system to replace when and whatnot, there still was a duty to make sure that every record was backed up, and it seems that there was a breakdown there. So I would like to make a motion for, someone help me with the number, I don't know. 6729-7.
So this is finding HSA has failed to maintain their records.
So,
Is there a second?
I'd second that motion.
So I'm curious, if we're going to have that motion, why don't we make it? Why don't we include the city for not providing enough funding for HSA to provide to keep their computer systems updated? Yeah, I mean, Lotus was bought by IBM in 1995. When I was a legislative aide 4 years ago in Bevan Duffy's office, we were still using Lotus Notes. I mean, so to hold an organization that's primary purpose is to help the underserved people in San Francisco, and that they prioritized their budget for that funding over updating their computer system. That's what we're finding them in violation of.
I don't know that this says we're making a judgment call, or we're not saying their priorities are wrong. I think this is saying that the city could have done a whole lot better here, and it didn't. This is not HSA's problem. It's the city's problem. And we're just saying that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is saying, hey, city, everybody needs, we need to keep records. Is that the spirit in which you're?
Yeah, I mean, basically I'm saying that I don't think that HSA did anything wrong in prioritizing how they spent their technology budget. I'm not saying that the actual transition process wasn't done to the best of its ability, but at the end of the day, records were lost due to the changing of one technological system to another, and in my mind, that is kind of an incidental violation of 67.277.
29-7.
Thanks. Apparently I went dyslexic this late at night, but yeah.
And Frank, if I'll just add that I think it's a bit insulting to bring the context into this. My decision here is a pretty straightforward, simple violation that is not a referendum on the work of the HSA or the underlying subject matter of this at all. So I resent that notion that I would be doing something to detriment an agency that doesn't have enough funding just for,
I didn't think that at all.
I thank you.
Second what Mr. Hebner just said.
It's a simple, straightforward violation.
I in no way meant to insult anyone. So I apologize if I did. It wasn't my point at all.
Insult may have been a strong word, but my point being, it's a simple violation.
Mitch Capor, don't you know him? He's with the EFF.
So this is one of those simple
He lives in Oakland.
violations, like other ones we find for. I didn't give the documents in enough time. So, is there any public comment on this?
can't she, since she party?
She wasn't a party to
Not on
this
this
one.
one. I get to talk. I want to provide a little bit of context because you're hearing a lot about the exact same project and the contention between the neighborhood, the businesses, and the HSA. The context is that it took HSA 17 months to tell the community that they plan to build a 100-bed homeless shelter in Bayview, a neighborhood that is used to being dumped on by the city over and over and over and over again. And for the first time, Bayview residents said, no, enough is enough. We need to have some authority, some say-so in what happens in our neighborhood, and you can't just build a homeless shelter here without any community input. So what you're seeing is a lack of trust towards the Human Services Agency, and you will keep seeing it over and over and over again because we have never had an explanation as a neighborhood or as business organizations about why the HSA failed to put out a public notice about putting together a 100-bed homeless shelter. And as Mr. Curto even referred to it, this was supposed to have been complete by 2011, I believe you said? 12. So it was to have been complete this year because the HSA wanted to fast track it without the involvement of the community. This was wrong. We have never had an apology from HSA. This was completely not according to the city's standard of wanting to involve the community, wanting to involve the public in these kinds of decisions. This is what you are seeing. This is the result of what you're seeing here. We are sorry that they've had to look through 68,000 emails and 100,000 documents and 200,000 Word and Lotus notes and whatever. But what you're seeing here is the result of a lack of trust from a community that is being taken advantage of, that was going to be taken advantage of by the HSA until we found out about this project and we decided to do something about it. Thank you. Oh, and I wanted to reiterate something that members Hepner, member Rumold, and also member Wolf have pointed out, that the intention of our requests is very clear. We may not be able to find the right language to ask what we need in terms of documents, but our intention is quite clear, and you have all picked up on our intent, which is do not try to get away with something that we need from you. We do not want you to take advantage of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eisenberg, I don't think so I believe you can speak, yeah.
I can relate that the sunshine information that we've obtained from various sources proved that Human Services Agency was trying to run the project through with no input whatsoever from the public, with no knowledge even to the supervisor. Malia Cohen was supervisor at the time that Human Services had applied for and received the grant, and then they tried to satisfy state requirements for a board of directors resolution by merely having a letter from Trent Rohr saying that the city authorized applying for this $978,000 grant. Then they tried to get the state to accept a resolution of the Human Services Commission as meeting statutory requirements of the state in connection with getting funding for the project. And it was only after the state refused to accept either of those and demanded a resolution of the Board of Supervisors was the Human Services Agency forced to go to Malia Cohen, the supervisor, asking her to sponsor the legislation that was required. All this information only came out as a result of sunshine requests. So your involvement and the information that's been made available to us has been absolutely critical. I should also mention that the facility that the Human Services Agency wants to use for this homeless shelter was used as a chemical testing laboratory, an environmental laboratory, more dangerous than my laboratory. and my laboratory has dangerous, flammable, explosive chemicals in use, which we're permitted to have in an industrial zone. And the city, my company has invested, we have $6 million invested in our 3 buildings. We employ 45 people. We generate $10 million in revenue per year. And all that can be destroyed if they in fact build this project that they refuse to back off on. Further, the city has been funding since the beginning of 2009 Human Services 50 people, homeless people, sleeping illegally in chairs in an upstairs room with no windows, only one egress, in violation of building, zoning, fire codes, everything imaginable, all paid for by the city. So the Human Services Agency is protecting and looking out for the homeless by putting them in dangerous conditions today. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion.
On the motion to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.29-7 regarding the maintenance of records, Member Rummold. Aye. Rummold, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chopra.
Aye.
Chopra, aye. Member Hefner.
Aye.
Hefner, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion fails.
All right, this matter is concluded.
Next on the agenda is item number 10, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Can I say something before they run off?
Sure.
I just wanted to say something to members of the public, Joshi, Mr. Eisenberg, and Jonathan Germain. I mean, I'm really familiar with the work that you're doing with Bright, and especially, Ms. Joshi, what you said. I mean, I live one neighborhood over from you, so I've been following what's been going on. And I always tell people, a lot of times people end up here because they've become an accidental activist, like something happened in their neighborhood, and now they've sort of fallen into it. But you're not. I mean, you're very active activists, so, just don't give up. Is what I'm saying. This may not have been the right place, and I kind of get what you're doing, but I really respect what you're doing, so keep it up. And on the other hand, I'm active in Project Homeless Connect, so I know what HSA is doing, but there's got to be a solution, and I think you guys are getting to it, so keep it up. Thanks for doing what you're doing. That's all I got. Even though I voted no, I just wanted to tell you that.
These are very complex issues.
Item number 10, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting schedule, committee assignments, and complaint procedures. Before you on page 462 is my proposed meeting schedule for the upcoming year. There are some conflicts regarding various holidays. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force 3-4 meeting, I believe that date is Purim. Excuse my pronunciation. I don't know if you would like to cancel that meeting date or not.
I'm sorry, I lost. Say that again. Page.
Purim.
Oh, I thought you said it's grim. I'm like, I don't know.
Oh, you mean the holiday of Purim?
Purim.
Yes.
Purim? Purim?
I'm fine.
With Queen Esther? Wait a minute, when is that?
We could come and wear
3-4.
funny costumes, right?
I'll bring home and
March 4th.
Are you going to do this when we have Purim spiel?
Let's go.
Would you like to cancel that or
No,
go
I'm
forward?
fine with it.
Okay.
I'm fine.
I'm fine with it. If it were Passover, that would actually be a problem, but Purim's fine.
Some other meetings for committees are Rosh
Hashanah?
Yes.
That's a huge problem.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So those meetings that conflict with that are the 9:14 and the 9:15 committee meetings. I can cancel those if you would like.
I might have trouble reading this.
The high holidays are kind of.
Yeah.
Rosh Hashanah and
My
Yom Kippur.
apologies, I don't.
Passover
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Passover and high holidays are no-goes.
Does it matter if there's members who celebrate that holiday on that particular committee, though?
Unless we wanted to come and.
Well, I mean, I also think, though,
listen.
for the public.
For the public, too. It's kind of a.
Well, but I mean, I think that if we start canceling meetings on all, like, there's other religious holidays that we would.
Feel free to hold it and see what people say. I don't
ahead.
just, yeah.
I can reschedule
We may be
those.
1.6% of the population, but we're loud and vocal.
Those two that I can reschedule those for the October meeting. I do have that listed on page 463 on the possible reschedule dates.
All right, so
I can reschedule the Rules and/or Complaints Committee to October 20th, which is 1 month later.
So 9:15 is rules, and that's, now remember, you know what, I'm going to have to look, because Jewish holidays are actually the night before. I don't even know.
I believe that one is
Rosh Hashanah 2015.
September 13th to September 15th.
Actually, we're fine with the 15th, because it starts, I mean, we go to temple Sunday night, the 13th.
If the second
So I
day-
don't, if it's second day, I don't, the 9:15 is fine, and we're done by
Okay,
then.
we'll leave the 9:15 alone.
Yeah.
How about the EOTC on 9:14?
If it were Sunday or Monday, that would be a problem.
Okay, we'll just cancel the 9:14 since that one occurs in the middle.
EOT, yeah, that's bad. That's the actual first day of Rosh Hashanah.
So the only meeting I will be canceled will be the 9:14 meeting.
Yeah, 15 is okay.
Okay, that handles that. The second part of this is that we need to make committee assignments. The one that is of concern at this moment is the Compliance and Amendments Committee. We currently are missing one member and possible a replacement for Chair Washburn if she so desires.
Well, I'd like to
Give it to
stay
the new
on
guy.
compliance and amendments, but I'm on rules, and I'd like I was there as a placeholder. So we have two new members, and just one of our new members is here. Member Chopra, would you like to serve on compliance and amendments with Member Hepner and I?
Sure.
Okay, wonderful. So we have a meeting coming up.
And I will check with Member Hinsey about an assignment to the Rules Committee, if you would like.
Yeah, if you would, right.
I will check with her when she returns.
And, you know, at the end of this year, come spring, we can shuffle around, you know, if you want a change.
We can change it at any time.
Or at any time, but, okay.
Member Chopra, would you be able to attend the December 16th meeting?
Yes, that should be fine.
Regarding December the 16th, I just wanted to state that the Ethics Commission is meeting that day. I believe that the plan is for the Compliance Amendments Committee to meet and take a recess when the Ethics Commission starts to attend that meeting and make their presentation.
So you'll be here. I'll be here too. There's one little wrinkle. I have jury duty that week, starting the 15th, and I had to reschedule it because I was out of town
Do you
earlier.
know, but you don't know you'll get picked.
No, I don't know I'll get picked, and it's it's right before the holidays, and
I've never gotten picked.
Ethics Commission hasn't set a start time yet, so I believe we can wait and make a final decision as that comes up, and if it comes down to it, we can assign a temporary. We can make a temporary assignment to the committee for that meeting.
Okay.
Second part of that, I did also schedule a complaint committee meeting for that night. I would like to suggest that I cancel that, just due to all the conflicts.
That makes sense. The 16th.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
That would just be us moving into a different.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That seems like a bit much. I should be able to be here even if
Yes.
Jury duties, yeah.
They'll never put me on a jury.
Just open your mouth and start talking. They throw you out as soon as.
The last part of this is after our first complaint committee meeting, we found that we were having issues with separation of the two committees. They were blending together. EOTC was blending into what we were supposed to hear at the complaint committee later that night. So we were suggesting maybe going back to our original suggestion and just have the committee itself act as the complaint committee instead of having two separate meetings. It would streamline the process, and we would need to amend the bylaws to make that happen. I will present that to the Rules Committee at their next meeting.
Okay.
But we were having problems trying to separate the complaints and the committee. We had.
Well, wait. So you had EOTC meeting, and then you adjourned that, and then you started the complaint.
Yes, but I had another item on the complaint committee that was related to what was on the EOTC agenda, and they kept trying to talk about the other meeting, and it was just causing complications. It was one of those things we are learning from. Yes. I do try to schedule the complaints so that people who show up at the first meeting also show up at the second meeting to try to save time, so prevent multiple trips, and that caused the problem.
So it was not the committee members, it was the public that was, and the city agencies that were screwed. Yeah, well, yeah, that makes sense.
I was trying to
They don't know
streamline
what we're doing.
everything, and I think the best way to streamline is just to have one committee hear the complaints also.
Okay.
That completes that item. There's no member of the public. My administrator report is pretty straightforward this week.
Sorry to interrupt, but since we're on this subject, is there something in here that says what the meetings are for the rest of this month, or are we done?
There's one more meeting this month.
Is it mine?
Compliance and amendments.
Oh, okay.
And that's on the 16th, which will be the same date that Ethics Commission meets. Administrator's report. We did have one communication from David Carey regarding alleged violations of open meeting laws by the Elections Commission. They did not file an official complaint, but they wanted us to be aware.
Is this on?
This is page 466, item number 2.
Thank you. David
He was
Carey.
basically
Okay.
complaining, but he did not wish to file a complaint, so I placed in here for you to review. We seem to have a little bit of an uptick. I just discussed the complaint committee process. We will place that before the Rules Committee for finalization of the bylaws. Item 4, we've had a little bit of uptick in complaints recently. Most of them are going to go to the complaint committee, as I believe they should go there. And some, as the chair probably knows, I have been able to settle some of these already, and there have been some withdrawals of these complaints. And I believe that's it. Next on the agenda is item number 12, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items. We do have a letter here from our Deputy City Attorney, Kola, regarding the Grossman case. I will reschedule that for the next meeting for discussion, as he is not here, and I believe that other members of the committee would like to have that. Are there any other announcements from other members?
So I've already mentioned this to the folks sitting around me, but I thought it best to put this on the record that I am extraordinarily disappointed in this board for voting to keep me on when I was asking to be recused. To substitute your all's judgment about my ethical obligations as a public servant vis-a-vis a particular request for my own, I find to be significantly lacking in just professional courtesy as a kind of primary thing. And then as a second thing, this board already has really significant credibility problems. And we don't do ourselves any favors by doing stuff like that, where a member is asking to be removed from hearing something and other members say, no, you have to hear this. It doesn't leave me with a good taste in my mouth. And, I don't think any member of the public should have any confidence in what we do after seeing something like that. Most of the time people fight recusal motions. I've never seen someone be forced to participate in something that they didn't want to participate in. That's it.
Member Wolf.
I guess I have 2 quick points. I definitely am very empathetic to the position that Member Ramo found himself in, and I don't know, I've raised this issue in the past, and I'm just going to raise it again. The fact that when someone recuses themselves, it serves as a no vote makes this whole recusal process problematic, and I think that we should change the rules so that the vote actually works, so that recusing, yes, I realize there's complications, but I'm just going to put it on the record again, that creating a system where recusing yourself serves as a no vote because it's a majority of the people on the task force counting a positive vote instead of the total number of people voting creates this as a core problem. But that's not the main thing I was raising my hand to announce. The main thing I would like to bring up in future agenda item, and I don't know whether this really is our place or not, but every single one of the cases tonight had some sort of technological issue being why things didn't happen, or was it the reason raised? And admittedly, one of them's not checking the fax machine, which maybe isn't a technological reason. But it does seem to me that there's a massive disjunct in the way that our computer systems work to support the mission of Sunshine in this city. And I don't know whether that's a role for us to play in having a conversation with the IT department at the city level, or there's a computer tech citizens advisory board that we should have a meeting together with. But I do feel that there's a real technological disjunct between the mission of Sunshine Task Force and the actual systems that we're using in this city.
Well, in the past, we have one of our committees was a tech committee, and it's not one of the standing committees, but we've had one in the past, and I think we really need something like that. And I think Member Fisher wasn't that something you were interested in being a part of?
Yeah, but then we didn't. Yeah, I volunteered for that committee, but then we didn't have that committee,
right.
So I shifted over.
So it's something we need to, I agree, it's something we've known for years that we need to be more proactive on. And I think when this session or this season first started, we had the problem of the backlog and how to deal with that, and just some rules, procedural things we needed to get into shape. But I really, let's talk about forming a committee like that. Even also bringing in other people besides, members to serve on it might be something we could do. But
I think you might be hard-pressed to get people from the city to volunteer to do more work.
No, I don't mean people from the city, but people, activists, or people that want to volunteer. People have wanted to be on the task force, for example, and that might have that expertise who applied to be on the task force and weren't picked, or I don't know. I know Bruce Wolf has a lot of expertise in that, so he would be somebody who might be willing to.
Can we do that? Can we just add people to committees that are not on the task force?
It would be an ad hoc committee, I believe.
Yeah, an ad hoc committee. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we've had Alan Grossman has in years past has worked with us, sort of ex officio. So, do I hear a motion
to
motion to adjourn?
Okay.
The meeting is adjourned.